interview in Dallas. We stress once more that everything said is the property in all forms of Mr. and Mrs. de Mohrenschildt and cannot be used without their advanced consent. So, we were discussing the Warren Report, the meeting of Mr. and Mrs. de Mohrenschildt in Washington with the Warren Commission. Yes, George.
Mr. Albert Jenner, the counsel for the Warren Committee, is a very clever lawyer. He's a trial lawyer in Chicago, and I have to admit that either he was much more intelligent than I was, or I was just impressed too much by the attitude of the whole situation and the people at the Warren Committee. And I really said some unkind things about Lee Harvey Oswald, which I regret I had said. And this is more or less the sequence of Mr. Jenner's attitude towards me when I sat there and answered his questions for 2.5 days. First, it was intimidation. He said to me, "I know more about you than you do yourself, so you answer the questions and don't say a single lie." He was very, very cool to me at first, and I answered the questions. Then he started flattering me, how great I was, what a cosmopolitan person I was, how many people I knew in this world. And probably the flattery worked on me and convinced me that he is a good friend of mine. So finally, at the end of the testimony, at the end of this long testimony, I think he was convinced that I was not in any way involved in the assassination, and gave me a lot of compliments, and we parted the best of friends. At the end of this testimony, I told the counsel of the harm this affair had done to me in Haiti, and he hurried to insert a statement that I was naturally above all suspicion. I said also, "I feel that having helped the Oswalds is considered by you as immoral." "Not at all," concluded Mr. Jenner. "You did all right. Keep living the life you led. It cannot hurt to help other people." Then there was half a more long day of testimony for my wife, at which both she and our dogs were present. Our little two Manchesters were there at the Warren Committee report, not as material witnesses who had known and liked Harvey Lee Oswald, but because Jean refused to leave them alone in the hotel.
George, is this the moment you want Jean to...
Yes,
one more question I would like to ask you. Somewhere along the line, Lee Harvey Oswald asked you a pointed question like, "Okay, George, what is your political philosophy?" And you gave a reply, I think, which Mr. Jenner of the Warren Commission amended with a remark of his. What was exactly that incident?
Well, I told him that I let my political philosophy is live and let live. Let people do what they want if they don't harm the others. And I think that, generally speaking, Mr. Jenner agreed with my point of view.
No. You told me something else. Lee Harvey Oswald asked you, "What is your political philosophy?" And you gave an answer, and let and live and let live. And then Mr. Jenner made a comment.
Well, I forgot. What was it?
Well, you made notes of it.
Yeah.
Well, we go over that later then at the end of it. Just disregard this passage.
Mm-hmm.
I will keep reminding you of that because it's interesting. You are discussing Jenner now. And
please go ahead.
Okay, Jan, now what would be interesting is to get... No, I'll give you this one. What would be interesting is to get your view of going to Washington and visit with the Warren Commission on the Oswald assassination.
Number one, I want to go back a little to Port-au-Prince, when we received the letter and asking us, not requesting, asking us to appear if we can contribute anything to this horrible tragedy, we said we would like to say anything we can say of our knowledge of Oswald and his family. Unfortunately, we didn't see or didn't have any communications with them for 8 straight months prior to assassination, and we actually would be very poor help in solving that tragedy. We had no idea whether he became sane and a wonderful man, or whether he became bad and became a criminal. The only way that we could contribute anything is to our communications with him prior of all of these things going back practically a year and a half. So when the news got around, which we never concealed, that we had a request to go and testify, and we did agree, all of American colony was in uproar in Port-au-Prince. Whenever we went to tennis, and after tennis we sat down, had the drinks, they always said, "How horrible, aren't you afraid?" I said, "Afraid? Afraid of what?" I said, "Aren't you afraid to go and testify? He is supposed to be an assassin." I said, "So what? What do we have to do, that he assassin or not? We just happen to know a man for the time quite far away back from what happened, and the only thing we can contribute is some to his personality and describe his character." They just couldn't believe it, and frankly, I had a feeling that many of them were afraid to such extent that they thought probably we'll be put in jail and never come back to Port-au-Prince. Well, we forgot all about that, and we were arriving to Washington, and we were asked to testify separately. And my husband testified 2.5 days, and after that I had to testify for 1.5 days. And my reaction was a little bit different than his, because when I came, I didn't consider it interrogation or anything. I consider it as my favor to come and give my contribution to solving this horrible tragedy, if in any way I can help, which I doubted very much. So I had completely relaxed attitude, and any little detail, unfortunately I have pretty good memory, I was going to tell them if in any way that can contribute to the cause. To my surprise, they asked me, they were rather pleasant with me and a little bit reserved. All of a sudden, instead of asking me, when did and where about you meet him, how many times you saw him, what were your discussions, and what do you know, and what did you learn about him and his wife, instead of that, they all of a sudden asking me, where were you born? Who were your parents? I really objected immensely towards that, but they said they have to know the background of the witness in order to evaluate its statements. So I agree with that, never suspecting that my personal life will appear in Warren report. I consented to testify and give them all the information pertaining Oswald. But I never did any consent to them to print my personal life, which I have nothing to be ashamed of, but this is my personal property. I can never forgive Warren Report for releasing that to public and all over the world. They had no business to print where I was from, what did I do, how many jobs I had, how many husbands I had, how many children I had. It's my personal property. And if I want it published, I will have it published myself or have authorizations to somebody else. All my impression was that I have to say, and which I should, all of my communications or any of my knowledge of his actions, of his personality, only Oswald, Lee Oswald, and nothing else. So I'm still carrying a very big grudge, and believe me, whenever I have a chance, I'm going to have them pay for what they've done, because to me it's tremendous insult to a personal freedom which we're supposed to have in this country. That's why we are here and not in Soviet Union. And I respect personal freedom and personal property not to be touched by anyone unless consent of a person is given. Now,
coming back to the environment.
Yes, so we start talking, and I tell them, of course, I have nothing to be ashamed of. I had, in fact, I'm quite proud, nothing sensational of my background. My father was a great man, My mother was a very nice woman. I had excellent childhood in China. I came to United States because I chose United States. I could have gone to Europe, but the freedom in United States and the Constitution that we had appealed to me, and I wanted a new world. I was brought up sort of in European manner, and I was sort of tired of it. I want something new, and that's why I chose United States and came with the best belief that I'm going to have complete freedom of judgments, fate or no fate. It will be my personal business, and nobody is going to try to impose it upon me. Well, I found, к сожалению, to my regret, I found that it not always worked like that. Sometimes it did. But at any rate, after I gave them all of my background, we went to subject of my meeting Lee Harvey, and of course, we never even discussed a testimony with my husband. He never read mine, I never read his. But it completely coincides 100% because whenever you say the truth, you don't have to remember. There was no problem with that. Then they finally, on about second day, they wanted me to identify the gun. So they brought the gun out, and my little dog was there. He sniffed on the gun. I said maybe he can know more about it because by smell he can say it's the same gun or not. But I cannot possibly say that was the same gun. It looked just about the same. The rifle, I mean, looked just about the same, but I never touched it, I never handled it. So I have no way. I said, why don't you ask his wife whether it's the same gun or not? Because she probably dusted it. She probably handled it, so she can tell you much more in order to identify that it was the same gun.
Did you feel in your testimony for the Warren report that you defended Lee? Did you also have the feeling like George had that when they questioned you about Oswald, they did so as if they had already made up their minds that he was guilty? Did you feel you had to, were you free to express your opinions as far as to bring also sympathetic angles of his character out, or knowing him?
Yes, they were not as strong as they were with my husband, but definitely there was an air that there were no way out.
How do you mean?
That he is supposed to be the assassin, and no matter what, that was the feeling we had, and they were not very happy with whatever good was ever said about him.
How did you notice that?
It's just a feeling. That was dislike in their faces when something nice was said about him. And frankly, we were very fortunate because we were interrogated much later than the other people. After they were interrogated immediately, and they were bewildered, they were frightened. When we faced Warren Committee, we were completely cool, and we were not excited, because in excitement people did say, and we know lots of our good friends said things that they didn't mean because they were too frightened, they were too excited or something. We spoke completely indifferent, just trying to bring facts of whatever we could recall of our relationship to Oswald. But definitely I had a feeling that whenever anything kind was said about Oswald, they were sort of displeased. It was not completely said in so many words, but the feeling were not, how I say it, they sort of didn't agree, but they didn't say so. Because all they wanted to know and to hear what we have to say about the subject. Frankly, the whole thing, calling us to Warren Report, spending all the money, and bringing us in, and taking us back, and dragging our little mutts, the little doggies there. And I'm sure they did quite a lot of research, FBI, CIA, and whatever else they have. All of that money were completely wasted. I told them so. Why don't they go to New Orleans? Why don't they find out who were his acquaintances and what was he up to in the last few months prior to this tragedy? Instead of covering all it up and spending all the money of digging in the backgrounds, for instance, like ours, or the backgrounds of anybody that came in contact with him in Dallas. This is so far removed, was complete waste of time. I had sort of a feeling that they just wanted to fill in the pages with some kind of nonsense, instead of actually digging in and find out. We even had a fight. I had a personal fight with Jacqueline's mother in her
I'll
house.
tell you about it later.
Okay?
Oh, it comes into
Yeah.
It's okay. Because I did believe, and I wanted, one thing in the world I wanted to know, what rat did it? And I'm insulting the rat when I say that. Who could possibly commit such crime? This was the president, for the first time in a long time, was a young president, completely not interested in any material possessions because he had them all, with the bright, brilliant ideas, and going forward. He was the hope, not only our country, but the hope of the world.
Jean, may I interject
Yes.
here a minute? I think we have covered a great deal of your impressions of the Warren report.
May I
And
add now?
thought it's a good moment to let George get back to his script.
Now I remember a few details about the interrogation, and of course it covers so many pages that it's so hard to remember what it actually said. But it's there for anybody to see. For instance, Consul Jenner asked me why Lee liked you so much, and he liked only you. Why didn't he like the other people? Well, I said I didn't have the slightest idea. So Jenner suggested that maybe because I was a strong person. That was very hard for me to say whether I was a strong person or not. I answered this, maybe he identified me as some sort of an internationalist, an American internationalist. And Jenner said, maybe you are. You and your wife, said Jenner, were the only ones who remained Lee and Marina's friends. Well, I said, we are not defending ourselves for having seen and helped them. To us, Lee was always hospitable, and he was very responsive to our kindness. Then, at the end of the testimony, Mr. Jenner brought out the letter which I wrote to Mrs. Hugh Ouchinclauses, the mother of Jacqueline Kennedy. And I quote what I wrote to her. Since we lived in Dallas permanently, last year and before, we had the misfortune to have met Oswald, and especially his wife Marina. And I continued, the possible reason and I do hope, I continue, that Marina and her children, I understand she has two now, will not suffer too badly throughout their lives, and that the stigma of assassination will not affect the innocent children, innocent children.
Yes, but George, you did write, let's face it, you did write the possible reason he killed Kennedy was insanely. Why don't you read that?
Yeah, well, because it's different.
What is different?
Okay, I'll answer.
Because this way...
The innocent children, they will not affect the innocent children somehow.
Just, I'm sorry to have to come to business here.
Yeah.
Why don't you do it chronologically? You made the notes of what you said. Why don't you come up with it? Why do you skip it now?
All right. Well,
it's boring you.
It's boring, and it's very long, and this is the pages.
So what?
The pages are long. This is an example of a thing that I really dislike about my testimony.
So that's why I want to come to it.
All right. Well, and I think that I was really bamboozled into saying it because of the general atmosphere. And I did say that the possible reason Lee killed Kennedy, that he was insanely jealous of an extraordinarily successful man who was young, attractive, had a beautiful wife, had all the money in the world, and he was a world figure. And poor Lee Oswald was just the opposite.
This appeared in the Warren Committee report.
What?
This was
appeared in the
quoted.
report.
Yeah.
He had nothing. He had a bitchy wife. He had no money. Was a failure in everything he did.
And you look upon this now as a little unfair, maybe.
I said I look at it now as an unfair statement.
Towards Lee Harvey
Towards
Oswald.
Lee Harvey Oswald. And I continued my testimony, it's in the report. It made him a hero in his own mind, possibly. He did not realize that he was doing it at the expense of the whole nation. It might have been a mental blackout. That's what was my conclusion.
And you regret that now?
I certainly do.
George, is this all you want to say about what you said in the Warren report?
Oh, the Warren report is there for people to read. And yeah, for instance, there are other interesting questions that they ask me.
Yeah.
Jenner asked me, as a humanitarian person, you cannot imagine anybody murdering anybody else. I said, I cannot imagine. I certainly cannot imagine. I still expressed doubts regarding Oswald's guilt.
Yeah.
I kept on doing it. Again, I want to come back to the letters I wrote to Jacqueline Kennedy's mother. And I didn't want to have them publicized, but they were presented by Mrs. Ouchinclauses to the Warren Committee, and they are now integral part of the Warren Committee report.
Oh, she gave them?
She gave the letters to the Warren Committee. Yeah. And she also gave a copy of the letter she wrote to me. And this is a rather interesting letter, which expresses many things. It seems extraordinary, she writes, to me that you knew Oswald and that you knew Jackie as a child. It is certainly a very strange world. Your letter made me think a good deal. I hope, too, that Mrs. Oswald will not suffer. This was the letter from January 29, 1964.
From Mrs. Ouchinclauses to
Janet
you.
Ouchinclauses. And
we keep it because you have to.
Yeah.
Don't throw it out. Keep it here.
Now I want to conclude.
George, please be relaxed and take your time. I don't care how much time you take, but don't hurry and don't think any statement of yours is too long or too boring. We need the complete information in order to make your book worthwhile. So take your time, and we will be here, and as Stevenson said in the United Nations, till hell freezes over until it is done, George. Okay?
Very tired by our testimonies, we were invited the evening after our deposition to Georgetown and spend the evening with Mr. and Mrs. Hugh Ouchinclauses, Jacqueline's mother and stepfather, where we also discovered that everybody's mind was made up that Lee was the assassin. We tried to object, but of no avail. Both my wife and Janet Ouchinclauses finally cried together, one over the death of her son-in-law, another over the loss of a president whom she loved and admired.
Jean, you want to come in here about your conversation? One moment, George. Let Jean recall it in her own words.
But the one thing struck me. She was actually a mother. Mrs. Ouchinclauses was mother-in-law of Jack Kennedy. And I was complete outsider and complete stranger. She didn't want any investigation. She didn't want to know who killed Jack, why and what for. All she kept on telling me that Jack is dead and nothing will return him back. I had entirely different opinion. Just because he was such a great man, and just because he was my beloved president, I would turn every stone on earth to find out who did it. And I want to make sure that that person, it's even too much to call it person, should be punished. Because things like that have no right to go on this earth be unpunished.
Thank you. And actually you got into a fight with Mrs. Ouchinclauses about it.
It was not exactly a fight. It was we had a disagreement or argument. And I couldn't possibly understand how the person, a woman, being so close to the man that was so killed so horribly, having no interest whatsoever to continue investigation and finding a person who did it. And here's a complete outsider, but just happens to know how great that man was, wanted the justice to be brought and showed to everybody who actually did it.
Thank you, Jean. George, may I once more say, take your time. Don't throw any material out, because we have the time.
At the end of our conversation, at Mr. and Mrs. Hugh Ouchinclauses' house. To my surprise, Mrs. Ouchinclauses told me, "My daughter Jacqueline does not want to see you ever again because you had befriended her husband's assassin." So you see how their mind was made up. "That's her privilege," I replied, and we left the magnificent house with its millions of dollars of art treasures and thought of Harvey Lee Oswald's poor and tragic life. Fortunately, the Haitian government was reassured by the Warren Committee, and we did not have much trouble anymore. But we did have a lot of trouble later because of the wrong interpretation by the press of my friendship with Lee Harvey Oswald. We cannot even give here a resume of incongruous theories that have evolved in feverish brains of some writers as a result of this Warren Committee report. One of them being that I had operated Harvey Lee Oswald by long distance wave transmission, having previously inserted an infinitesimal receiver in his skull.
In his car?
Skull.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, you realize that even last week, the second week of February 1969, a book was published in New York by Paris Flamand called The Kennedy Conspiracy, in which you and Jean are being discussed over pages, having had at CIA branches which put Lee Harvey Oswald on the assassination, even this week. So. And also, in this book that circulates all over Europe now, L'Amérique Brûle, a book published in Luxembourg in French. By
so that
James Hepburn.
Yeah, so that is impossible to sue for slander. I am called to be a CIA agent who had been assigned to test Harvey Lee Oswald. And may I quote what they said there?
Judge,
yeah.
Aren't we...
going away from the purpose. Okay.
Very much so. Keep these pages. I only inserted this about this you have to keep for later use when we round up your knowing Oswald with we must now stick to the fact that you came to Washington. Don't throw the material out, we need it later. That you went to Washington to meet the Warren Commission, you testified, and we have now both yours and Jean's impressions, including the next day meeting the Ouchinclauses family. Now, what is your next chapter about? The material on this
no,
we
there is
will
a
keep.
little bit more about the Warren Committee.
Yes.
This was very discouraging, of course, the result of that. However, more encouraging was a comment which I read later on in the Warren Committee report by a friend of mine.
Talk a little.
By a friend of mine. To whom I introduced Mr. Ballant, to whom I introduced Lee Harvey Oswald when he was looking for a job. He, as we mentioned before, liked Lee, liked what he saw of him, and found him intelligent and alert.
Judge, sorry. You don't need to look into any defense of what you said by quoting any of your friends. This Mr. Sam
Ballant.
We brought in already considerable time ago. And I don't want you to start defending yourself without being attacked. If you need to defend yourself, I will ask questions which you then will quote whatever needs to be said in defense. But don't bring up defense yourself, because it's not necessary. You are not being interrogated on the basis of an attack.
Fine.
Keep that material for a later. Let's just close this one thing, because you are getting off the track.
All right.
Really.
Fine.
We must be businesslike in following the chapters. No, not there. This is the material where it was here, and this was he threw out, but this we need. George, really, I'm not very pleased this afternoon with how it goes. We must stick to and talk with slightly more pleasure in what you are doing, because give yourself a little more, you mumble away, and we have to really get this. Now let's first get into chapter 6 or 7. It's chapter E, which we skipped because you had misplaced it, and which should go back it's if it is E,
between D and F.
then it is chapter 5.
Yeah.
And chapter 5 comes after which chapter, George?
After chapter D,
Which is
called the Further Meetings. with
further
Oswald.
meetings with Lee Harvey Oswald. That will be roughly on tape number 3. And now,
And before chapter F, which is Increasing Animosity between the Oswald.
yes, between those two chapters, we are now handling this coming chapter called, what is the title?
E. Contrasts between the Oswalds.
Exactly.
One evening, Lee brought me the typescript of his experiences. Developed them into a book. I read the poorly typed pages very carefully. They related his experiences, and nothing much was added, as far as I can remember, to what he had told me already. Lee sat on our sofa and looked hopefully at me. "Tell me frankly, what do you think of this typescript?" he asked. "I'll tell you the truth," I said, "but remember, I'm not a writer. However, I had a lot of technical articles published," I said. "Your story is simple and honest, but it is poorly written, deprived of any sensationalism, and it really has no point. Personally, I like it for its honesty, and because I remember Minsk. But how many people had similar experiences? How many people would know where Minsk is? Tell me," I asked Lee. "Not many," he agreed. Frankly, I did not want to tell Lee that his grammar and syntax were rather poor, his sentences were awkward, he used pompous, difficult words, frequently without knowing their meaning. This was the result of his scant formal education. The only thing in his favor was his obvious goodwill. If you add some sensational detective story, angles, beautiful female spies, sex, and would depict Russians as depraved monsters, even your typescript will be published, and you will maybe able to make a lot of money," I suggested. "No thanks," said Lee emphatically. "I want to have it appear in the American press as it is. Even though it might be poorly written, but I want the public to know the truth. It should improve Russian-American relations. People here should know how decent in general Russian people are, how they treated me well, a simple American ex-Marine. They treated me with kindness. There is nothing really monstrous in Soviet Russia," he said. "I agree," I said, "but you talk in this typescript all the time about some individuals you met in Minsk. It's factual, but who is interested in comrade this and comrade that?" And handed Lee back his pages. As I mentioned before, marital relations between Marina and Lee were not good, and they progressively worsened.
George, excuse me 1 minute. You apparently end here the section on the manuscript.
Yeah.
What did he try to point out in this manuscript on Russia? What would you say was the general tendency?
Just factual experiences of his life as a plain radio worker in Soviet Russia. Nothing sensational, true, correct, relatively kind towards Soviet Russia, but it was not exciting.
Would he talk, for instance, did he have any personal friends?
He talked about a lot of personal friends, whom naturally we did not know, and later on this typescript was shown to me at the Warren Committee, and it was about the same as I had seen it.
Has it been published in the Warren Report?
Yeah, it is published. It was published.
The text of what he wrote?
Certainly.
Yeah.
Now we're talking again about the marital relation between Lee and Marina. Lee was now working as the photo technician in a firm of Taggart in Dallas, mostly catering to publicity. He worked long hours developing and enlarging photographs, and he seemed to enjoy his work. Sometimes he worked overtime, stayed in the shop till 10 or 11 p.m. Marina complained. He comes home tired, hardly ever talks to me, only to the baby, and begins to read, as always, Russian classics, instead of being tender to me, paying attention to me.
Did you never see Lee read an American book?
Never did.
Or a French or a German?
No, he did
translated
not know
in-
French or
No,
German.
no, but any of the French classics in English or Latin or
No.
American. None of, no Steinbeck, no nothing.
Maybe he did, but I never saw him read
Yeah.
anything except Russian books. Maybe he
Yeah.
wanted to keep in practice.
Yes, I see. He read them in the original language.
Uh-huh.
Excuse me,
I'm
what did you
coming
say,
to it.
Jan? Oh, you come to it?
Yeah, I'm coming to that.
Okay.
It puzzled us how it was possible that Lee not only spoke fluent Russian, but he also read difficult Russian books. His favorite writers were, of course, Pushkin, Gogol, Turgenev, Dostoevsky, Tolstoy. It is a very difficult language. Lee was bright, but not a genius, and he stayed in Russia only 2 years. Has he had any previous training in Russian language? He must have had, was our conclusion. Being now in a close intimacy with the couple, we became aware of the tragic development in their relationship. Lee seemed to be fond of Marina, but he really cherished mostly the baby. Maybe he did not show Marina his affection sufficiently. To me, he never spoke against her, nor did he criticize her. But he did not either express any deep feeling for her. Even in his memoirs, he spoke very little of his wife. Marina, on the other hand, criticized and annoyed Lee openly. He is so puny, he would say. He is so small. He does not drink. He only works. His only interest is in a baby, were her words. And he said that behind his back. Never did we hear from her that she really loved Lee. But there was, however, an element of deep attachment which we did not see at the time. Lee was all wrapped up in his work, his books, his dreams, his ideas of justice and equality for all, and especially in his ideas of equality for colored people, and also in baby June, whom he had loved tenderly. Marina, on the other hand, spoke freely to my wife and to myself about her extramarital experiences, of her admiration for big, strong men, for gay, amusing men. The Cubans in Russia, for instance, were so gay and attractive, she recalled. Many of them lived in Minsk. I think they were mostly students. They had their guitars, played their Caribbean tunes, danced well, laughed all the time. They were such fun. They had their guitars, played their Caribbean tunes, danced well, laughed all the time. They were such fun. It was an indirect criticism of Lee, who did not play any musical instrument, who did not dance, who was not particularly gay, especially with her. Here again I want to dispel the impression I may have given that Lee did not have a sense of humor. To me he did, and to a great extent. He subscribed, for instance, to Crocodile, a Russian satirical publication somewhat similar to New Yorker or British Punch. Crocodile is spelled Krokodil. In it,
Published in Berlin.
published in Moscow, in Soviet
Moscow,
Russia.
yeah.
In it, the animals frequently, it means crocodile. In it, the animals frequently represented people, especially politicians and bureaucrats, and put in relief the foibles and inconsistencies of life in Soviet Union. Also, this magazine took swipes at the bourgeois world, sometimes quite cleverly. Lee read Russian classics and understood them. He discussed them for hours with me. The old pre-revolutionary life of Russia, which I did not remember, but knew only from my parents, also interested Lee. By the way, what we call classics also belonged, they all belonged to pre-revolutionary days. Soviet Russians are fascinated by those bygone days. They are somewhat nostalgic reading about them, and so was Lee. Marina did not seem to care about them. She was a materialist in the real sense of the word, dreamt of clothes, skyscrapers, entertainment, handsome men, parties, and automobiles. Lee, when shall we get a car? Was repeated constantly. Everybody here has one, even the poorest people. Marina loved to drink wine. Lee objected to any alcohol. She liked to smoke. Lee forbid her to smoke. So whenever she was without him, she would become a chain smoker, inhaling deep and enjoying this otherwise forbidden pleasure. She unwillingly maybe provoked slender, ascetic Lee, talking about strong men she admired so much, and she called him a bookworm. Education, which Lee admired in others, mattered little to his wife. She confided one day that her degree as a pharmacist mattered little to her. But you must have studied hard to get it, I asked, knowing how tough this competition is in Soviet schools. As little as I could to get by, she answered breezily. On the exams, I used ponies and passed. Another reaction of Marina's comes to me. She spoke of the gay, amusing young people she used to know, of the orgies in the apartments of some kids when their parents were away.
In the Soviet Union.
In the Soviet Union. They drank and slept indiscriminately with each other. And there was a fellow I knew, she reminded, who was such a fool, a handsome boy, but he did not like the parties, but studied a lot. On holidays he took a book to read and walked to the forest for the whole day. Some people are crazy, she concluded smilingly.
I think, Judge, this is a good moment to end this tape because we have to get into a new tape.
Mm-hmm.
And then we will pick up right from here. This is still chapter E or 5, which has to be inserted earlier in the manuscript. This is tape number 8 in the interview with Mr. and Mrs. Mohrenschildt. Again, the exclusive property of the Mohrenschildts for use in any way. Mr. Mohrenschildt is dealing with chapter 5 or E, which has to be inserted earlier, which was misplaced and which he's reading now. He's reading the last part of it, on the relations in general between Oswald and his wife Marina. Yes, George, go ahead.
In my conversation with Lee, I found out that Lee was a straightforward and outspoken agnostic, probably since early childhood. He was an agnostic of the type of Jefferson and Franklin, and for us it was fine. It created a pleasant understanding between us.
Didn't you call him at one point, with me he was humble?
Yeah.
He blossomed when interest was shown in him?
Oh, definitely. This was the point about him, that whenever, for instance, discussing of organized religion, and we agreed on that point, and it was created a pleasant relationship, understanding between us. Marina, on the other hand, was brought up in Soviet Russia. And
Judge, Jan would like to say something about Oswald.
All right.
I just want to mention about Lee that the reason that he probably liked George was because George was the only one, and I, of course, with him, didn't scorn him and accepted him as a human being on an equal basis. In spite that so many people that did help them, actually they were not doing it for him, they were doing it for his wife and the child, and they sort of left him out of the whole thing. That was his resentment towards other people, and sometimes he was actually rude with them, because finally when they realized that they cannot have only Marina and a baby and they actually have to invite him also for dinner or for something, he was straightforward and just refused to accept the invitations. And that infuriated Marina, of course, because it looked those people so nice. They gave us so many things, and that idiot not even polite to them and refused the invitation and don't want to be courteous with them.
Jean, do you feel those people were unkind to him because they knew he had deserted the United States as they saw it and go to the Soviet Union, then come back as a sort of a traitor?
Absolutely. They just couldn't possibly understand that there's a young man, and usually most of the young people, and it's admirable if they search for something, and he was searching for something. Whatever we had, he thought maybe there's something else that's still better. That was his reason, as he explained to us once, why he went there. And when we asked him, and I'm repeating it again, why on earth did he come back? He said, I didn't find the ideal I was looking for. Maybe that doesn't exist. But unfortunately, the narrow-minded people couldn't possibly understand any of his philosophy or any of his thinking. That's why they condemn him without even giving him a chance to express himself and trying to understand what actually he felt, what was his motives to go there, and what were his motives to come back. We were the only people that took trouble to ask and find out what were his reasons and what was his reason to return. And his reasons were perfectly satisfactory to us or any other person that think.
You agree with that, George?
Yeah. Now I continue.
You really do, huh?
In regard, yes, absolutely. And now I would like to continue regarding his agnosticism, and which led to a conflict with Marina. As I said before, Marina was also an agnostic. Naturally, she was brought up in Soviet Union. She didn't have any religious affiliation, any religious feeling. But she probably thought that being religious in the United States might help her. Hence, she had her child June christened later in a Greek Orthodox church in Dallas, while Lee was away from somewhere, and that also contributed to a conflict between them. True faith...
Oh, did you notice that Oswald was in disagreement?
Oh, definitely. That contributed to a conflict between them. Well, he objected to that, and he said he should have asked me to do so. I don't know if it led to any violent fights, but it was a subject of disagreements. I thought that true faith is good and cannot be discussed or criticized, but hypocrisy is different. And again, I want to underline that main motivation of Harvey Lee Oswald during our conversations with him was that he was an advocate of integration of colored people in the United States. He said to me that it was hurting him that the colored people did not have the same rights as the white ones. And that happened to be my opinion also. I am violent on the subject also because it hurts me that I live in Texas and do not have colored friends. Now I do have, by the way, but before I didn't have. I could not afford to have colored friends in Texas. Another thing Lee found objectionable in his wife, and we tended to agree with him, was lack of good care of his child. This led to frequent scenes and recriminations. Gradually the fight became frequent, never in public, however, but Marina would arrive complaining, "He beat me up again." She especially complained.
How would she arrive? In a car? Or?
She would arrive by bus.
Uh-huh.
She showed my wife the bruises on her body, and she displayed a black eye to me. One day we visited them in their apartment on Elsbeth Street in Oak Cliff. It was on the ground floor in an old red brick dreary building. The living room was small. There was a little bedroom and a kitchen. Lee showed me the books he has been reading, some letters from Russia to both of them. The walls of this gloomy room were decorated by the enlargements of the pictures he took in Russia. He took a great pride in these pictures. There were trees and streams, pleasant peasant huts, views of Moscow and Leningrad, and especially of the river Neva in Leningrad. These pictures he took himself, and now he enlarged them at Taggart's, where he was working.
He did that himself too?
Yes, as he had access to photographic equipment and on his new job. Look how beautiful they are. Look at this monument. Look at the Neva River.
Lee would say.
He was quite happy about that. And it was touching to us. And the pictures were done quite artistically, with a professional touch. While we were chatting with Lee, sitting on the moth-eaten sofa of his living room, Jean went to the kitchen to talk to Marina. There Marina cried and showed her a burn on her shoulder. Lee caught me smoking and put out the cigarette on my bare flesh, he cried out.
She cried out.
She cried out. My wife told her, "This is terrible." And she commented, "If you live for 2 years in Europe, you don't have to acquire ugly characteristics of European men. Your life here does not give you any right to beat up your wife and to burn cigarettes on your shoulder." She criticized Lee. Anyway, this situation was becoming desperate, and we discussed it frankly with both of them. Our advice was to separate for a while at least. A cool-off period was necessary to both of them, we thought. I advised Lee to take it easy and lay off of brutalizing his wife. But he said, "But she enjoys brutality," he said calmly. "And look, I am all scratched up." His face did bear long red marks. "Marina provoked me," he said. "Doesn't matter who is responsible," I countered. "Your temperaments obviously clash, so why don't you separate before you really hurt each other? You are stronger after all, Lee." "She is a pretty good fighter too," he countered. In the meantime, Marina was crying on the shoulder of Jean, complaining of Lee's brutality, criticizing his coolness and hostility. She would say, "He goes to bed with me so rarely now," she cried out, "maybe once in a couple of weeks. He makes me so frustrated."
He makes you?
"Makes me so frustrated," she bitterly complained. My wife was amused by this complaint, but naturally could not offer any better solution than advising Marina to put some perfume in the evening or wearing a sexy negligee. During these discussions, the baby June was laying there in a crib, rather fat and not able to say a word. I looked at June carefully one evening and noticed that she reminded me of someone. "Look," I shouted, "she looks exactly like Nikita Khrushchev." I did not mean it as an insult. I rather liked that old man, and so did the Oswalds. We all gathered around the crib and examined the baby. "Same color of the skin," said my wife. "Same sparse, fluffy hair," said Marina. "And same round face," agreed Lee. Upon leaving our couple and having advised them to take it easy and to stop fighting, we drove home, laughing about my comparison of June to Khrushchev. It wasn't to offend the Oswalds, but the baby wasn't pretty then, fat and awkward, with small slanting blue eyes like Nikita's and the same belligerent expression. Yes, the poor child was not pretty then, and we do hope she is growing up into a lovely child in her new home with a new stepfather. It makes us sad when we think of Lee and his genuine and tender love for his first child.
Excellent. That's very good. Now we have concluded the chapter that should be inserted between D and F, or 4 and 6, chapters 4 and 6, and now we come to a chapter
L, effects on our lives.
of the Oswald affair and the Warren report.
That's right.
You want to say something? No.
The publication of the short resume of the Warren Committee report had a lot of unpleasant effects on our lives in Haiti. Only the real friends understood the reasons of our involvement with the assassin, in quotation mark. In this way, the phony friends were weeded out of our lives. But too many people who had been contacted at several occasions by the FBI agents have become either annoyed or really suspicious of us. After all, where there is a smoke, there is fire. Idiotic and insulting article appeared in the newspapers all over the world about my wife and I, about the mysterious friends of Lee Harvey Oswald. I probably should have sued them, but I did not bother. Our private, intimate lives have been thoroughly invaded and therefore polluted. Money was offered us for interviews, which we refused. Telephone service, especially overseas in Haiti, was inadequate. I was one of the few, by the way, with a telephone in my office, but not at home. This telephone was buzzing for weeks with calls for me. When did you meet Harvey Lee Oswald? Why did you like him so much? Do you think he killed President Kennedy? Why are you hiding in Haiti, etc.? And this was absolutely ridiculous because we have left for Haiti 9 months prior to assassination. So all those questions were very annoying. After those few questions, I usually would hang up. Then came the offer of a televised interview for NBC, forthcoming, the Warren Report.
Who was the reporter?
What? The Warren Report.
Macmillan?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
You have it there?
Yeah.
George, may I ask you a
The
question?
Warren Report.
George,
yes.
George. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Who was, you said NBC. Did anyone come to see you from NBC?
That's exactly what I wanted to tell.
Yeah. This is
See
all
if you-
used?
Yeah, but I don't know if I would use it. The Warren Report. At first, we steadfastly refused. Then one day, George Macmillan, one of the writers assigned to this program, called and asked for a permission to come and visit us in Haiti. He sounded like an intelligent man, and he was well recommended by a mutual friend. I told him that I would refuse an interview, televised interview, but if he wanted to come and talk to us, he would be welcome. A rather gruesome incident coincided with his arrival in Port-au-Prince. After one of the many invasions of Haiti, this one came from Cuba, the militia had executed one of the invaders to show the populace of Port-au-Prince that it does not pay to invade Haiti by any method. The body of the man with guns, ammunition, and various supplies was displayed on a plaza near the airport. As Macmillan, an experienced newspaperman, arrived, he saw the commotion and the crowds surrounding the body. We did not want him to see the gruesome sight. Later in the evening, however,
Especially the reason was we didn't want him to know what was there because we thought he came over just to learn something about Haiti. It was completely never occurred to us that he came on business of Oswald. We thought he came over, maybe he wanted to have an interview on Haiti or maybe to see some more people and to learn about Haiti. So can you imagine what the impact would be on a reporter arriving in Port-au-Prince and leaving the airport and immediately there's a cadaver displayed in a plaza. So we did our best to pass it as fast as we could, skirted it and bring him home and said nothing at all. And then
Excuse me. In other words, to make a good impression of Haiti on a foreign newspaper.
I'm
that was your loyalty towards Haiti.
Was that
Yeah.
fair to confront him with
Yeah.
Then another question. But didn't he call from overseas that he wanted to talk to you about the Oswald assassination? Or he was recommended for a general reportage on Haiti?
That's
Nothing.
exactly.
Okay.
We had no idea why was he coming. But you know, being in Haiti, away from home, we were welcome any American, and we always took them if we didn't know them. If they're nice and pleasant people, we always offered them hospitality, and we would like to talk about our home. If they were fairly pleasant people, we put them in a hotel. But we always tried to help with anything we can to any American that arrived in Haiti.
Thank you, Jean.
Very good. I didn't make it clear. NBC offered us the interview, but then Macmillan said that he would just come and see us. Later in the evening, as we sat on our terrace overlooking the beautiful bay and the cities, surrounded by tropical vegetation, Macmillan mused aloud. Why didn't you want me to see the cadaver? I knew all along what it was. And then Macmillan went straight to the business of our appearing for the NBC broadcast of the Warren Committee report. He started trying to convince us to accept the filmed interview and even offered to bring the TV crew to Haiti. But we had had enough publicity and refused. Fortunately, George Macmillan turned out to be a nice fellow, a good tennis player, so he did not to be a nice fellow, a good tennis player, so he did not waste his time entirely. He left Haiti asking us to reconsider our decision. I wrote to several friends to ask their advice, and they all said that we should all go to New York and accept the offer. You are the only ones who had kind words for Lee. Tell them once more, for the whole United States to hear them. Another friend wrote, this TV show may dispel the aura of mystery about you and your relation to Lee Harvey Oswald. A couple of weekends later, we reconsidered our decision and flew to New York. NBC had arranged for an apartment at the Plaza Hotel where we spent the whole afternoon in front of the cameras. What was annoying to me, that the producer tried to prod me to say something derogatory about Lee. It was an insidious effort to drag out of me some damaging comments to his memory. The whole thing did not make much sense, and it was based on wrong premises. That my wife and I might have some inside knowledge on Lee, something that would confirm the general opinion existing in the United States at the time, that Lee was definitely the assassin. Since the Warren Committee could not find any reason for the assassination, nor any plot, therefore there must be a hidden reason somewhere, and I, as his admittedly best friend, should give an explanation of his insane action. This was the producer's reasoning. To Jean and I, although we did not have any more information on the events in Dallas the day of the tragedy, Lee remained a nice, interesting, good friend, and we never considered him an assassin. Of course, everything is possible if the man becomes insane, and we don't deny this slight possibility. But the previous chapters describing our acquaintanceship indicate that he did not act insane with us, nor was he ever to us, nor will be ever be, a born loser, an insanely envious person, a poor high school dropout, a dedicated, bloodthirsty revolutionary, etc. Later we saw the completed 40 minutes film of ourselves at the NBC studio and realized how poorly we presented the side of Lee Harvey Oswald, whom we had liked so much. We wish we had done a better and more intelligent job.
You move now into another chapter.
Yes, the next chapter is M, Return to United States from Haiti.
Yeah, that was about what time?
That was in October of 1966.
So you stayed after the assassination
Oh, yes.
3 more years
That's
in
right.
Haiti. Yeah.
It was hard for us to leave Haiti, but my work was completed and some other business was in view. We came back by a small German steamer carrying our car and numerous cases of instruments, maps, books, and various other possessions. From Miami we drove, having jammed a huge trailer full of our things. In Dallas, which we had left 3.5 years before, we hoped to find some good old friends. Instead, we met suspicion and outright hostility. Pretty soon we found out the reason, and the reason was the Warren Committee report. Frankly, after our testimony, which we signed without even bothering to read, truth is truth, so why bother reading again what we had said? We put the matter on inquiry of other of a matter of inquiry and our testimonies
Did you want to say something?
Yes.
and interrogation out of our own minds.
Yeah.
I want to say some very good friends of ours, and I don't want to mention the name, it's not necessary at all. They asked us, did you read Warren report? I said, no.
We come
Aren't
to
you
that.
going to read it? You have it?
Mhm.
Okay.
Thank you, Sean.
In other words, we were tired of the whole thing, of the report, of the testimonies, and of interrogation, and we wanted to put them out of our minds. The whole aura of suspicion, of insinuation, became odious to us, but the events forced us to pay attention to what we had said, and especially what had been said about us. Soon after our arrival, we sat with some friends in Fort Worth, good friends, who had visited us in the meantime in Haiti, and they insisted that we should get the 16 volumes of the report and find out what had been said about us. That, they said, will explain to you the attitude of some people you had known and whom you might consider your friends. And indeed, soon after reading several depositions, I realized that Albert Jenner, the counsel of the Warren Committee, was so right when he had said, "You will be the only people in the world to know exactly what other people think about you because you will see it in print, and they will have said that under oath. Then you will know who are your friends and who are your enemies." By the way, our friends who suggested our reading of the Warren report, and they testified there also, were quite indignant, as many other people were, who volunteered information to FBI that what they had said had been printed. It was most unfair that private matters which had been given in confidence were exposed to public. These friends of ours swore they would never trust these FBIs again and would never put themselves in the position of informers. It was sad to read an opinion of an old business associate that I had never been truthful to him. From the testimony of my secretary, I read, he made mysterious trips to Houston. About my wife, from an old Russian immigrant woman whom we had always considered inoffensive, if not bright. She said that this Chinese woman did not even believe in God. A testimony from an old man in West Texas, whom I knew just very slightly. He had always wanted to be the commissar of Texas. From the testimony of my own ex-son-in-law, if anyone had finagled the assassination or influenced Lee Harvey Oswald, that person was George de Mohrenschildt. Of course, in the meantime, he had divorced my wife, my daughter, Alex. People who had detested Marina and Lee made money out of them, especially out of resulting unbelievable promotion of Marina as a poor, defenseless, God-fearing Russian wife of the monstrous, inhuman, brutal Marxist Harvey Lee Oswald. Marina finally made it in the United States, just as her friend in Russia had said in her letter in 1962. She became a fantastic success, and her dead husband, curiously enough, paid for it with his life. So the purpose of her arrival in USA had been superbly successful. Lee Harvey Oswald had finally become a real money-maker. Poor fellow, even his tomb was stolen for publicity. Articles and books appearing all over the United States added to general insanity of profiteering on a man's death. Again, foreign and American newspapermen began calling us, asking for interviews. Our friends, with whom we had stayed at the beginning, were sick and tired of constant telephone calls. They suggested some kind of police protection for us. Of course, we did not want it. As some of you remember, especially those who were really concerned with the assassination and were anxious to know the truth, the great majority of articles and books at first accepted the Warren Committee thesis that Oswald was the lone assassin. The articles kept elaborating and harping on it. Only some, a little more logical, who did not find any reason in Lee's action, devised the theory that Lee was shooting at Governor Connolly, but being a usual flop, he hit the president by mistake. In either case, to all of them, Lee was suspicious, dangerous, insanely envious of successful people, megalomaniac, loner, never-do-well. Some of the blame fell on us because we had befriended him. Only rare authors dared to disregard the conclusions of the August Committee and cast doubt on Lee's guilt. Notwithstanding this publicity, broadcast, radio, shows, etc., the general opinion in other countries never accepted the thesis of Lee's guilt. Little by little, annoyed by excessive harping, a large portion of the American people also ceased to believe in Lee's guilt. But guilty or not guilty, Lee had been my friend, and some shadow of a doubt was on my wife and me. Our lives became more secluded, and although some of our real friends, we retained some of our real friends, we missed some of our good acquaintances who shied away from us. We gave one interview to a dear friend, a staff writer of Dallas Times-Herald, where I pointed out how harmful for the United States was the Warren Committee thesis that a lone lunatic kills the president and is killed by another lunatic. What are we? The country of insane, homicidal maniacs? We are coming to chapter N, which is called Message from Lee. In February of 1967, we finally found a suitable place to settle. Before that, we stayed with friends and visited our children and traveled across the United States on business. It was a duplex in a Turtle Creek area of Dallas, and it belonged to an eccentric lady who had lived in Haiti also and loved the country. This we had in common with her. All our belongings had been stored so far in the Southwest warehouse in Dallas. The day of moving, we went out to the warehouse with a friend, and before our furniture was loaded, we looked through the accumulation of our possessions with an idea to keep some unnecessary things in the warehouse, discard useless object, and take with us only what was really needed. I was talking to my driver while my wife, Jeanne, was finishing the selection. I did not have the slightest idea of what was to happen. Suddenly, my wife rushed out of the warehouse, shouting excitedly, "Look, look!" Shouting excitedly, "Look what I found." I ran back to the pile of spread-out belongings and saw a slightly familiar box. What is it?" I asked my wife. "Don't you remember? These are the records I gave to Marina Oswald in 1963. 4 years ago," she cried out. Yes, how come they are here, I asked.
That were the records
Yeah.
that Jan used herself 20 years before in learning English from Russian.
That's
Huh?
right. That's
That
right.
she never touched, Marina.
Yeah.
Too lazy for that. Yeah. Okay, let's not jump to conclude. You are not sure, Jan, that she did it.
She made that.
It
Not in
wasn't
our
too
presence.
obvious. Okay, let's be correct. Yeah.
I haven't the slightest idea. Probably Lee knew that some of our things were at our mutual friends before being stored in the warehouse. We guessed. In other words, we don't know how those records got to in our warehouse. Either Marina or Lee put them there. Or maybe Lee knew where we had stored most of our things. This warehouse, I said. My wife began taking the records out, and suddenly, out of one envelope containing records, stared a picture of Lee Harvey Oswald. The same picture which got such a wide publicity and was printed on the cover of Life magazine. Some writers, by the way, suggested that it was a fake. Now we have a proof it wasn't. It's genuine. We stood frozen, still, and kept looking at Lee standing there on the picture. Yeah. It was a message from beyond the grave. What did Lee mean by leaving us a picture of himself standing erect, fully armed? We asked ourselves. Then my wife shouted, "Look, there is an inscription here, to my dear friend George from Lee." I looked at the inscription, marked April 1963. I looked at the inscription, deeply moved, and without thinking turned the picture around. And here, written in pencil, weakly but clearly legible, was another inscription, seemingly in Marina's handwriting, in Russian. Translated, this means, "This is the hunter of fascists. Ha, ha, ha." We cannot describe the impression we received from this picture and the two inscriptions. We were shocked. It was a message from the grave that we did not dare to visit.
It's okay, George. Take your time. Did you want to say anything at this point, Jan? You motioned earlier, no?
It's okay.
It's still okay?
It's okay.
Yeah.
And Marina's message on this picture was a chilling scorn for this man. If he were a hunter of fascists, and not somehow squared with his inclinations and ideology, why was his wife making fun of him? Why, we ask ourselves. This question remains with us to this day. We showed this picture to a few close friends, and to some it meant that Lee was a maniac, killer, a proof of his aggression, of his guilt. To the others, on the other hand, just the opposite, that he was a man of anti-fascist inclinations, that a man of such anti-fascist inclinations could not have been the assassin of the president, who was as far removed from being a fascist as any liberal leader in the United States. We did not show this picture to any authorities. To them, Oswald's case was closed anyway, and we did not want any further involvement.
Nor to Garrison or anybody?
No.
Anyway, you have had no contact, actually.
Yeah.
Well, we discussed it later.
That's right. But I wrote a letter to Life magazine saying that I had a strange message from Lee Harvey Oswald, and would they be interested in it. I also asked to keep this matter confidential. And I wrote a little article about the picture, how it came into our possession. Soon I had a call from New York, and the following day a reporter assigned to the assassination case, assassination in quotation mark, assassination case, arrived in our house. An alert man familiar with the involvement of this unbelievably complex case, having worked on it now from November 2263, he was amazed by this message. But, like myself, he could not figure out what was the meaning of it. We shall use the picture in your article if and when we know something definite about Oswald's involvement or about his innocence. I asked him again to keep the matter confidential, and he promised to do so. But obviously the security was not complete, or maybe our telephone was tapped, which I found out was true at several occasions. Since we did not have anything to conceal except the existence of this picture, and this only for our own sentimental reasons, we laughed and made fun of the people or officials listening in. We used insulting language or made outrageous statements. Some peculiar reports must have been written by the people who had bugged our telephone. Now I want to say a few words explaining why we didn't contact Marina in regard to this picture. As clearly seen from this story, we, and my wife especially, tried very hard to help her with her health, with the baby, and to get her out of a tragic conflict with her husband. We did not get a word of thanks from her, but frankly we did not expect any, nor did we care. We helped her when she was poor and desperate. That was enough for us. After Lee's death, she proved herself to be quite an operator. She even made believe she was religious, to get simple, God-fearing American people to send their contributions. And as everybody knows, the total of those contributions or donations was quite substantial and tax-free. By the way, we heard from the reporters that if some donations arrived with the Bible, she threw the Bible furiously on the floor and grabbed the money. We certainly did not treat her too nicely in our testimonies, but we were utterly truthful, and she should have recognized it if she took the trouble of reading our depositions, but probably she felt offended at our truthful evaluation of herself. Anyway, she is settled now, had another baby by Lee and a new one by her present husband, and she does not need our help. Another reason why we did not contact Marina is the following. Her attitude towards Mrs. Ruth Paine is certainly indicative of the type of person she is. Ruth is a perfectly charming, charitable Quaker who, like ourselves, got involved in Oswald's affairs, actually much more than we did. Marina lived with her, took advantage of her innumerable charitable and friendly actions, hospitality, food, help to children and to herself, transportation to New Orleans and back, as well as many other good gestures. Yet Mrs. Paine had her own family and her husband to take care of, and her teaching profession. As the only reward Mrs. Paine probably received were conversations in Russian, and she did not ask for more. Lee, on the other hand, seldom accepted hospitality and certainly did not ask for anything. This great friendship between Marina and Ruth Paine ended abruptly the day of the assassination. As Mrs. Paine told us later, for some reason Marina never wanted to see her again, and Mrs. Paine was too proud a person to insist.
George, may I ask you a question here? Could it be that since Marina was wished away by the FBI and CIA, or whoever it was after the assassination, that she was told by the authorities never to contact any of the former friends, that she has been under pressure not to see anyone?
Very possible.
Couldn't that be possible?
Could be. But yet time
will tell.
Time will tell. And many years passed now, and still she does not see Mrs. Paine.
All right. I just wanted to say. Yes.
I think, therefore, that the short sketches of our acquaintanceship with Marina proved that peculiar aspect of her personality. Yet we never disliked her. There was nothing to dislike, no substance. We found her amusing sometimes, openly cynical, naive, like the Russian peasants are, with a great deal of shrewdness underneath. My wife used to call her that rascal Marina. This fitted her perfectly. Coming back now to the picture of Lee Harvey Oswald that we received.
One moment. This is a good moment to end tape number 8. The exclusive rights of this tape, of course, like all the others, are to Mr. and Mrs. de Mohrenschildt. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. We'll wait for the next tape. This is tape number 3 of the interview with Mr. and Mrs. de Mohrenschildt of Dallas, and again I repeat, all the material in these tapes are the sole property of Mr. and Mrs. de Mohrenschildt and cannot be used in any way without their consent. All right, Judge, you left off in the United States was your last word from the second tape.
We were talking about why Marina married Lee.
Oh yes, the scene is in Minsk. Why Marina?
Whatever these reasons were, it was fortunate for her that the United States government was lenient enough to have accepted back a man with a Russian wife after his ugly behavior at the embassy in Moscow. Maybe because of this, Lee wanted to pay back the loan, which was about $500, advanced to him by the U.S. Embassy in Moscow for his return from Russia to the United States.
Are you sure this is only $500?
$500, yeah. Maybe even less.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, he strained his meager budget, repaying religiously every month a part of this loan.
You know for sure that he tried hard to pay that back.
Yes, he did, because we discussed it.
Yeah.
Marina was quite riled by this excessive punctuality and zeal. On the part of her husband, and complained frequently to us. Frankly, we were also amazed, knowing that nobody is ever in a hurry to repay government loans, and it would be very hard for the government of the United States to collect from a poor man like Lee.
He felt that obligation.
He felt that obligation, and it was really very sincere.
Yeah.
Another thing which puzzled both my wife and myself: why did the Soviet government permit a Russian wife to go abroad so easily? Lee told me that it was difficult for him to get an exit permit from USSR, and that he had to make a special trip to Moscow. But somehow he never explained how he got the permit to take Marina alone. Now I want to say a few things that I recall again about Marina. Yeah, why? Marina had an uncle, a colonel of the Special Forces, they called Department of Interior, by the name of Medvedev, M-E-D-V-D-E-V, Medvedev. And she had lived with this man before she married Lee. That was the brother of her mother. And Lee told me that this man, Medvedev, did not like me at all, said Lee. However, later on he accepted the idea of my marrying his niece. We were not particularly interested at that time in the whys and wherefores, and did not ask any more questions about this colonel. Now it is too late to find out. Maybe this colonel, for his own personal reasons, helped his niece to get out of Russia. Possibly it was good riddance, possibly something else. Here I would like to add that the local emigres liked Marina because she came, supposedly, from a family of pre-revolutionary officers. In other words, she came from a family of ex-Tsarist officials. This was, of course, completely indifferent to us, and we did not inquire about this matter.
Judge, talk a little bit in the microphone. You start being tired, and you talk clearly, please.
So it was rather puzzling to us that Marina was obtained the permission to leave Soviet Union
So easily.
so easily.
You feel
But
her uncle might have helped.
maybe uncle helped, but on the other hand, we have heard of other cases of Americans marrying Russian girls and getting them out of Soviet Union, and we thought also that the situation has improved in Soviet Union, and that now you can take a woman out of there. One day my wife asked Lee a straightforward question. Tell me, Lee, why did you decide to go to Russia and risk never to return to your country? In other words, to the United States. And Lee said, because I was looking for an ideal. And why did you decide to return? My wife insisted. Because I did not find my ideal. Utopias do not exist. He answered immediately. This is a very good answer, and I think we appreciated it. I remember that when this question was asked, my wife went and was in the process of preparing a good Russian meal for them. I kept on talking with Lee, sometimes late into evenings. What I liked about his conversation was that he never was hostile or emotional about his experiences in Russia. He spoke fondly of the Russian co-workers. They were hospitable, friendly, sincere. They invited me to their homes. We discussed all the subjects frankly. Nobody tried to intimidate me or to brainwash me. Nobody tried to make a communist out of me, and I never became a member of the Communist Party. Of that, he was very insistent, and I had no reason to disbelieve him. And how were the working conditions there, I would ask him. Not bad at all. 8 hours a day, not too strenuous, clean, nice factory, good companionship. And the pay, I insisted, sufficient. The apartment cost me about 5% of my pay, and you know I don't eat much. I had money to spare. When we married, Marina had a salary also. We could manage quite well. And the clothes, I asked. Well, my tastes are simple. I could afford to buy necessary clothes. Of course, I didn't have a motorcycle or even a bicycle, but I liked to walk. Then transportation by bus was very inexpensive and good in Minsk. What was really annoying to you, if anything, in Soviet Russia? Asked Jean. Those endless meetings we had to attend after work, said Lee emphatically, and listening to those deadly speeches. You were lucky if you were in a back room and could take a nap from time to time. All the workers, except the dedicated party members, loathed these meetings.
And what else did he say about them? Can you tell us more?
Yeah. He said, as I remember, that we listened to monotonous speeches, half-dazed, like children, at the end of the long, boring lesson. Then we voted, rather indifferently, as if still in a daze. Then later, like children, we would file from that room. Like children, we filed from the school, and we ran home happily. And, added Lee, for those meetings, for the lost hours we spent there, we were never paid any extra pay. We never had any extra pay. Listening to that, I thought to myself, this fellow is all right. He spoke of other foreigners who lived or worked in Minsk. I do not recall their names. Quite a few were from South America. One family was from Argentina. The old man was a television engineer, and Lee was very fond of him and his daughters. Lee spoke quite frequently of them, emphasizing the fact that they had such pretty daughters. All in all, Lee spoke frequently of his interest in women. He even bragged a little about his conquests, and I am sure he cut quite a path among the female population of Minsk. And why not? He was a dashing foreigner, an American. He looked and dressed differently, and above all, he was friendly, and his interest in Russian people was genuine. And this is also, I recall, Marina told us that why did you like Lee, would ask him. Well, he looked differently, he was an American, and it was something out of the ordinary. He was not like the other guys. Quite frequently, Marina would say that Lee was a perfectly normal individual, except that he was more interested in politics and book than in sex. Well, this I think is...
No,
Yeah.
yeah.
Could we stop now, because
A
I
moment.
cannot, I got lost.
Yeah, George, go ahead.
So we said that Marina mentioned that Lee was more interested in politics than in sex. It's rather confidential, but I think my wife remembers that Marina would tell her that Lee slept with her just once a month, and I never get any satisfaction out of it.
You can say it. We can cross it out later
Yeah.
at the advice of the publisher. Talk in the mic.
Now we're talking, well, again, some reminiscences about Marina and Lee's life in Soviet Russia. We had the impression that Marina wanted a richer life, and that she convinced Lee to leave USSR, and that she made him go to the embassy and ask for his passport. And as I recall, she told us that Lee took illegally a train from Minsk to Moscow. As being a foreigner, he was not supposed to leave town without notifying the police. And that's how he obtained finally the permit to return to the United States, and also the permit for Marina to leave. I also recall something Marina telling us, that she was discharged from Komsomol. Komsomol is the organization of youth, communist youth, where practically everybody has to belong. And she was discharged from this organization because she married Lee. And she wasn't too worried about it.
Don't skip too much, because we
This
don't
is
have
from
that
the
much
position.
material, George. But
I
why don't you
remember-
read- But why don't you read this?
Yeah,
Why
this
not?
is my position.
So, makes no difference.
Yeah.
We don't have that much.
Very often people ask me why I, supposedly a man with education and an extremely wide experience and acquaintanceship all over the world, got acquainted with Lee and got interested in him. Well, I said always that it is because of his straightforward personality, of his experience in Soviet Russia, and the fact that he lived in Minsk. And it never occurred that, in my mind, that Harvey Lee Oswald was an agent of any other country. He was too outspoken in his ideas and his attitudes. If he were an agent, I think he would have kept quiet. Of course, he was an uneducated fellow, but he tried to improve his education by reading, by studying. His opinions were sincere, even though a little bit crude. He picked up quite a few difficult words from the books he had read, and these words he liked to display a great deal. Sometimes we laughed with him about the use of those long, difficult words. Let me say something that both my wife and I had an element of pity, and for this forlorn individual who was groping for something, trying to find the truth. And speaking about the fact that whether Lee might have been an agent of any country, I would say that I never believed that any government would be stupid enough to trust Lee with anything of importance. Even the government of an African country would not give him any job of any type of confidence because he was too outspoken. He had a certain element of instability. As I said before, he switched the countries, but he did it, I think, for the enjoyment of adventure. One thing he disliked about the United States is the difficulty of finding a job. And he switched from one job to another because he did not find something that he really liked until he finally found the job at this printing company.
Why do you skip again?
No, this has nothing to do. I asked him, for instance, Lee, why didn't you stay in the Marine Corps? Well, he said, I didn't particularly care for the Marine Corps. I did not care about staying there, although naturally it would be a permanent position. I told laughingly, you don't need too much intelligence to become an officer in the Marine Corps. Well, that was an element of instability with him. Now, why people ask me very frequently, talking about Lee Harvey, how come you get along very well with him? And I said that in my life I had to be quite often a promoter, a salesman of new ideas, of new projects, and I usually do not offend people's feeling. I get interested in them, and that is what Lee appreciated in me. Other people considered Lee Harvey Oswald just as some poor, miserable guy and completely disregarded him. And surprisingly, some individual, like in the emigre group of Dallas, were even scared of Lee, because he was so outspoken. For instance, one of them said that I am scared of this man, he's a lunatic. But I said, don't be scared, he's just as small as you are. Another element about Lee's personality is that Lee resented the interest that the emigre group and some Americans had in Marina. They gave her gifts, they gave her clothes, and they surrounded her with a lot of attention because supposedly she came from an ex-Tsarist family. And that was the reason why Lee did not want her to learn English, so she would stay more or less in the background. Possibly Lee was jealous of this emigre group, who have made such excellent living and lived quite luxuriously, but he didn't show me too much. Maybe it was a slap in the face of Lee Harvey Oswald that the Russians living in the United States had luxurious houses, 2 automobiles, money in the bank, etc. Maybe it was so. Also, both my wife and I are very fond of children. I personally lost a child, and I'm very fond of babies. And we wanted June to be happy and to have some kind of a future. Therefore, we told Lee, you have to let your wife learn English. It is a very egotistical attitude on your part by not letting her study English. You are showing yourself quite selfish.
Yeah.
Okay.
The reason that Lee didn't like and resented all of these people that helped Marina so much, it was because they were really very, very kind, and practically she had around 100 dresses or so given to her.
You mean 100?
100 dresses, because we carried them ourselves when we moved her and baby to somebody's house. Baby had all the things, crib, carriage, playpen, toys, everything. And it hurted Lee very much because Marina was throwing it in his face. Look, all of these people giving me all this and that. Do you think you could ever make enough money to give that all to me? So naturally, he resented immensely. The more people were giving to Marina, the more he resented. And that created ill feelings between the people that helped them and Lee. Marina naturally was very kind and sweet with them, and he practically was very often rude to them. He declined invitations to their homes. Frankly, sometimes he didn't even want to talk to them. But you have to look very deep into his problem. They actually were spoiling Marina and making things, as hard as they were, so much more harder for him.
Yeah, thank you, Jean. Thank you. Very clear. Yeah, George.
So after we found out the situation in Minsk, how was life in Soviet Russia, how they got married, our interest in Lee and Marina Oswald remained that we only wanted to help them. My philosophy is in life not to bend in front of the strong people and be nice to the poor, as nice as I can. If they annoyed me, I did not show it, because it's like insulting a beggar. So if sometimes Lee annoyed me, I didn't show it to him. Well, this week, from then on, I think we should start now on, if we have time, on the
We can start.
on the element on the chapter F, the increasing, which I called increasing animosity. The increasing animosity which existed between Lee and Marina Oswald, and I think we showed it in the previous chapter, how it slowly developed. Looking back and remembering Lee's relation to other people, I must admit that he was rather standoffish, spoke civilly only to people who happened to be of interest to him and whom he liked, and these were not many. He mentioned very rarely his mother, never criticized her, but neither had he any kind word for her. Neither did Marina. We have never met Lee's mother, but we admire her efforts, as awkward as they may be in trying to clear up the name of her son. We wish her the best of luck in these endeavors. We agree with Mrs. Oswald that her son was probably innocent in this tragic crime, and we said so to the Warren Committee investigators, was the following. Lee was not only favorably disposed towards President Kennedy, but he admired him in his own quiet and reserved way. One evening we discussed Kennedy's efforts on bringing peace to the world, and he said that he thought it was great. Kennedy's effort to bring end to segregation brought expressions of admiration from Lee. Lee, by the way, had a bug on the subject of integration. He told me that he was willing to fight for it and to die for it. Lee obviously identified himself in his frustrated, miserable childhood with the fate of underdog, of colored children, and he expressed his feelings to everybody who wanted to hear it. He despised reactionary people, the so-called hate groups, the white supremacists from the Deep South, and there I was ready to agree with him. Marina, of course, was only interested in getting along in this world, acquire some possessions. For the rest, she did not give a damn. So there was a deep gap between ideology and prosaic materialism, and this leads to their increasing animosity. Lee was indifferent also for his brother Robert, and spoke of him only at one or two occasions. But neither Marina expressed any fondness for his brother-in-law. As I understand, Lee and Marina had stayed with Robert Oswald and his wife upon their arrival from Russia, and probably they had usual domestic clashes during this forced cohabitation. To my wife, it was clear why it was difficult to tolerate Marina in one's house for any length of time. She liked to stay in bed till noon or later, preferably abhorred domestic chores, and furthermore, there must have been a complete language barrier.
You know that because you know the long sleeping because she also stayed in your house, no?
Yes, she stayed in our house, and we recall this incident.
Sorry.
Same thing was the same opinion my own daughter had of Marina and her lack of cooperation in the domestic chores, and the fact that she slept very late. Lee was not the average, eager, go-getting type of a person, like his brother Robert.
Excuse me, George, at that point. Can I ask Jeanne a question?
Yes.
Jeanne, when she slept late, didn't you say something about that she then let the children also wait until she woke up? That she wasn't looking after the children, wasn't that?
Well, she had one child at that time, and whenever she slept late, the child just slept with her. It was amazing. But for a little baby, usually they cry at 6 o'clock, and mother gets up, gives them a bottle. But that child, amazingly, just slept right there with her. And whenever she gets up, then she feeds the child. But child also very often was kept up very late. So maybe that was the reason that the child could sleep longer in the morning.
I just want to mention. Yeah.
Lee was not the average, eager, go-getting type of a person, like his brother Robert, and he did not admire such people. I often thought it was a pity Lee did not have a better education. He might have done well in the scholastic world, and would have made a useful citizen. But fate was not to be kind to him. His relations with Marina worsened every day now, and Marina began to ask my wife for a permission to spend a night with us, or some time with her without Lee, with us without Lee. She confided in her unhappiness of having been abused physically. She, by the way, when she stayed with us, wore my wife's silk nightgowns and sometimes spent the night on the sofa in our living room. She also took the baby to my daughter's apartment in Fairmount. In the meantime, while all this was going on, Lee kept on working overtime, reading his Russian books, maybe sulking, but always proud, always meticulously honest, paying his bills and living like a hermit.
Do you get to what kind of books he was reading and all that?
Yeah, I think I should mention that whenever I saw Lee reading, he read Russian classics, which are difficult for a fellow who was not born in Russia to read. He read Turgenev, Pushkin, Dostoevsky, Gogol, Lermontov, liked Russian poetry, and took out of the library exclusively good classical books.
Did you say he also listened, for instance, to Tchaikovsky's Queen of Spades? That he?
I think so. I think he had his favorite. That was his favorite.
So he did listen to classical music.
Yes, yes, he liked classical music, and he liked Russian folk music too. They had a lot of Russian records.
One moment, George.
To remember back, the point of their disagreements and more quarrels and fights started that Marina was corresponding with her ex-boyfriend in Russia, and Lee intercepted that letter. And from then on, the fights became quite bitter.
Oh, she did have a...
She had, yes, before. And she started to correspond with that young man. I assume it was young man. And and then she almost was going to go.
Go ahead.
She almost was planning to go back to Russia. And that, at any rate, that's what Lee thought. That she maybe wants to go back to Russia to this boyfriend.
He was afraid
And
of that.
yes, and from then on they start more and more quarrels, and then his objections to her smoking. She was a real chain smoker, constant cigarette after cigarette, and objecting to her drinking wine. I never saw her drinking anything else but wine, but he was such an ascot himself that he objected to that. And of course, the more he objected, the more she did both things. So from then on, their life became worse and worse, and more quarrelsome.
Yeah, quarrels.
Yes. And also about the baby. He was so adored the child to such an extent that if a child make one little sound, and if Marina is not right there in this instant, he was already furious with Marina.
Yeah.
And Marina took care of her sufficiently well, but to him nothing was good enough. That child was something like out of this world.
Would you say he was
to
a
him.
perfectionist?
Absolute perfectionist. And that child, it was his idol. Absolute idol. And just expression on his face when he looked at that baby, it was unbelievable. For such a young man and having so many other interests in life, it was unbelievable. He was excellent father. In fact, he was too good because he sponsored to spoil the
He
child.
cuddled it too much. He
Cuddled
smothered
too
it.
much, yes. And it was hard on Marina too, because she was with the baby all day long, and he saw the baby just for a short little time.
Yeah.
So it was two different things. But that also added a lot to their quarrels. His complaint that
And
she
these
was not
quarrels
adequate.
took often place in your presence and George's presence.
They quarreled in front of us. They never fought in front of us, but they quarreled quite bitterly. And then, of course, probably continue quarreling home, and the next day we saw Marina with black eye or with some bruises on her.
That actually happened.
It actually happened. He really did it. And we scolded him, we talked to him, we tried to explain to him, for God's sakes, you're living in a civilized country, you're not back in the wilderness of Russia or something, and maybe they beat their wives, but it's not done in this country. And I said,
You realize the Prime Minister of Japan recently was exposed to beating up his wife, so...
No kidding.
Okay, and then we return to the story. Thank you very much, because this is an excellent interjection.
With all this, I know that my wife liked Marina and found her entertaining and tried to help her in any way. And yet we had to listen to her constant complaints about that idiot, Lee, who brutalizes me and does not give me enough sex. Again, we advised Marina to study English, to go back to school, to revalidate her degree, to become independent of Lee. It was unfair to both of them to continue that way, said Jean. My wife gave her the English records she had used herself to study English here.
In what year did you use them, Jan?
20 years back.
20 years back.
British record.
She
It's
had
a
had
set of records to learn English from Russian.
From Russian to English, yes. Excellent record.
She had had herself a hard time when she came to this country. She learned, she worked, became successful and independent. We gave Marina our own phonograph, but instead she played melancholy Russian records and did not study anything. It was highly amusing for us, considering the sad situation, that one evening Lee and Marina showed us a letter from one of Marina's friends in USSR, and Lee read it to us with his wife's permission. This letter said, "Marina, I knew you would do it. I knew well from the first time I met you that you were destined for something great, and now in America you are such a success." Ironical, isn't it, that Marina finally did become a notorious and successful woman after Lee's death. But at the time, it was rather pathetic to hear such nonsense. Lee understood it, but we do not know if his wife did. In her strange way, maybe Marina considered her marriage to Lee and her arrival in the United States a great success. Maybe her life in USSR was even more dismal than her life here. That we shall never know. One day she related to my wife the following. "What a fool was that Lee, he's throwing his passport in the face of the U.S. ambassador. He said, 'I will never go back to the United States.' She obviously considered the mirage of the United States as a reality. Maybe she still hoped that Lee would at last provide her with clothes, furs, cars, luxurious home, all that she had dreamed about from her early childhood. And Lee kept on working. As far as I know, he did not make friends with his co-workers, came to us to talk about Russia, and seldom, if ever, complained about his marital troubles. But that situation became gradually almost desperate. One day, Marina came over with a baby. She was badly bruised, and we convinced her that it was time to separate. Since we did not have room in our apartment, we discussed their situation with some members of the Russian colony, and we asked an elderly couple, Mellers, M-E-L-L-E-R-S, Mellers, he a former professor from Poland, and his wife, a charming Russian woman whom he had met during the war in Germany. Both became displaced persons and eventually came to the United States. The Mellers knew Marina well, and Lee only slightly. They liked Marina, didn't have any children, and they accepted to be hosts to her and the baby. I had discussed the separation, which was to be temporary, with Lee, and he seemed to agree. We remember that we invited Lee to our home, sat him down on the sofa. The dog snuggled near him, and my wife told him directly, "When the things come to beatings, desperate quarrels, etc., it's time to separate and see if you really love each other. In a month or so, you will see if you really care to be with Marina constantly, that you cannot live alone." I interrupted, and I will let you know where Marina will be, and will let you visit the baby anytime you want to, so don't worry. He seemed to be reasonable and faced the situation rather squarely. So we said, tomorrow we shall drive over and move Marina and the baby from the apartment.
Wait a moment, George. I would like to talk to you. Go ahead, Danny. Go ahead.
No, he didn't face any situation any squarely. Remember, he threatened that he's going to break all the children's toys.
Yeah?
He's going to tear all of her dresses. He's going to break everything in there, and then we continue
He
talking.
was violent.
He was actually almost violent. He turned white. He was furious. And he didn't even look at us. Then we started to talk to him more and more and more, and actually I said, where do you think that will get you? You'll never see your wife. You'll never see your baby. Because things like that are not permissible in our country. If you really love your wife, you have to calm down and let her go. You can visit with the child. You can talk to your wife on the phone. You'll see a few months or 2 months go by, and then you really make up your mind whether you really love her or not. When nobody ever takes the baby away from you, you will always know where the baby is, and you can always have a contact with the baby. That was his fear, that somebody will take the baby away from him more than taking his wife. But then he calmed down after all that.
Then he became square.
Yes, then he became, yes, and quiet.
So this is only an amendment to what Judge
Yes,
said.
it was sort of like an explosion of his fear also fear for losing a child. He had impression that if Marina and child will be moved somewhere else, there was always supposition that maybe the child will be taken away from him. And that's why he became so forceful. He thought that he's going to sort of frighten us in not doing it by his action if he'll be ferocious about it. But when he saw that we were not afraid of anything, he said, and just exactly opposite, calm him down. So he agreed.
Okay. Judge, before we go into it any further, let's end this as tape number 3. This is the third tape in the interview with Mr. and Mrs. de Mohrenschildt on their relations with the Oswald family, which is, and I repeat it again, the exclusive right of the authors, Mr. and Mrs. de Mohrenschildt, to be used in any possible way before their prior agreement. And tomorrow we will continue this taping at an early hour. Thank you both very much.
No,
Okay, Judge, this is the tape number 4 in the interview with Mr. and Mrs. de Mohrenschildt, and we repeat, all the material is the exclusive possession of the de Mohrenschildts. Now, we left off in tape 3, as you remember, George, in the scene where you were talking to Oswald in your house about separating from his wife Marina, and Mrs. de Mohrenschildt interjected her passage on Oswald first being rather angry, threatening to destroy the toys, and where did we finish this completely? Or
No.
do you have a... Okay, so...
There is something to add, I think. So this is, Lee arrived late to our house. Jean, my wife, prepared some food for him. As usually, he had refused food and had some soft drinks. He was naturally quite perturbed. We spoke to him as if he were our son. My wife said, "You both are good people, but it's not necessary for you to fight constantly. This is one of the worst features you obtained in Soviet Russia, the ugliest characteristic. You are you shouldn't be a man who beats his wife, but they do it in Soviet Russia. If you come to the point that you cannot tolerate each other without scratching and beating and constant fighting, and you still think you are in love with each other, the only thing to do is to separate and give each other a test if you really love each other. And if you cannot live without each other, naturally it will mean that you are in love. Otherwise, it's better to be separated." Jean suggested again, "We have a nice temporary home for Marina and the child. We will place her very safely. She and the child will have all the care she needs. If you promise not to carry any of that fights and disturb her. The people who who will give Marina and June hospitality, we will give you their address and the phone, because nobody in the world has the right to separate a child from its parents.
George, please remember you are talking into a microphone. If you mumble too much, they will not
Yeah.
be able to... How
I
is
see.
the sound, Mr. Wallace? It's okay? Okay, go ahead, George.
I confirm to Lee also that I will give him the telephone and the address. I would also like to digress on that point that we had consulted the other members of the emigre colony regarding the separation of Lee and Marina, and they were all for it. They were helping Marina, and at the time there were still relatively good relations between them. And some of the members of the emigre family group in Dallas told Jean and I that we should not give Lee the address and the telephone on Marina and should leave her completely separated from their husband. Of course, that we could not accept. As my wife mentioned before, the first reaction of Lee was quite violent. I'll never consent to that. I'll tear all the dresses of my wife to shreds. I'll break all the toys of my child. Where on earth will it get you if you love your child and your wife? Countered my Jean. The only way to solve this misfortunate and unpleasant situation, the only proof you can give that you care for your wife and child, is to let them go, do the best you can while you are alone, and give yourself and Marina a chance to find out whether you have feelings for each other. You may hate us for it, or you may someday be exceedingly grateful to us for enforcing this separation, I said. This is logical under the circumstances. Then Lee gradually calmed down and did agree for us to come and get his wife and his child, as well as their belongings. He trusted in that we would give him the phone and the address. He left the house very blue and very thoughtful. Next day, I remember this was a Sunday, we drove to Lee Harvey Oswald's apartment on Elsbeth Street to take Marina and the baby away from him. Lee was gloomy and mad at first.
How did he receive you when you get there?
He received us looking gloomily at us. Obviously, he has been thinking over all night and could not make up his mind whether he should accept the inevitable, as he did the night before, or he should go on fighting. It's understandable that it was a big problem for him. We were coming to separate them.
Jean, do you have any special remembrance of that incident?
Just that I remember very vividly when we walked in, he hardly said hello, when usually we were greeted very warmly by him. Then he sat on a sofa and folded his hands and just make believe he doesn't see what goes on. He didn't offer any effort to help to carry the crib or the toys, or especially Marina's dresses. We had to do it all by ourselves. And believe me, there was about 100 dresses in there, and all the children's things, including playpen and crib and a carriage, and it was quite a chore. And we filled our car. We still have that. We don't want to part with it, just as a memory of what took place with this car. And it was open and filled so high that I had to sit and just hold on to things that they won't fall out. That's how many belongings Marina and a baby had at that time.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, from this point of view, our memories differ a little bit. I seem to remember that Lee was shouting at the suddenly that I will not permit it, stop, don't carry things away. But we kept on helping Marina and carrying our things. Then he repeated again, I'll burn your clothes first. He shouted furiously and grabbed a bundle of clothes. I was personally about to call the police and said so to Lee, but Jean interceded again and explained patiently to Lee that violence would not help, that we were doing this for the good of both of them, that you cannot achieve anything in this country by brutalizing one's wife. My friend, I told Lee, realizing that he was receptive, you know we are your friends. We promise you that we shall contact you as soon as Marina wants to be with you. After all, we are wasting our valuable time trying to help you. Young kids, so be cooperative, help us also. And Lee agreed, finally, and helped us to carry some of his family belongings. We had a large open car, and gradually it became filled up, mostly with Marina clothes. My wife began to get worried we would be overloaded. There must have been almost 100 dresses that Marina had acquired from various benefactors, gifts from Russian and American people who pitied this poor Russian woman. Lee handled these bundles with a supercilious smile when he was helping us.
He began to help
you?
you?
He finally began to help us. The playpen, the crib, came to the top of the mountain of Marina's and June's belongings. The car was overflowing. We had to hold the rags, and we must have been a ridiculous spectacle. Fortunately, it was Sunday. The traffic was sparse. Avoiding main arteries, I drove slowly to the opposite part of town, to East Dallas, and left Marina and June with a charming elderly couple, the Mellers. Little did they suspect that this kind action would cause them, after November 2363, endless troubles and investigations, and that their quiet, gentle lives would be disturbed by insane publicity and suspicion. I think this is all about this chapter.
You want to skip all that? What's here?
Nothing else. That's all.
Are you sure?
Sure.
Jean, you have anything to add on the departure that Oswald became friendly and did help in the end? Would you like?
From my recollection, I don't think he did help us at all. I think he just sat there and he didn't even say goodbye to us.
That's how you remember?
That's how I remember. He was very, very cold and gloomy, from what I recall.
And did not change throughout the incident?
No, he remained very, very gloomy.
Okay, thank
all
you.
the time.
The next chapter is chapter G, which we call Separation and Further Development.
George, you want to finish this chapter before I go into my questions to you?
Maybe within this chapter.
After that, okay, yeah. Right.
Obviously, the semi-forced separation, which we've described in the previous chapter, was not the right solution for Lee and Marina. Marina became immediately a burden on our friends, the Mellers, the Polish-Russian couple, and Lee was definitely unhappy, alone. Now he was every night in our house, asking about Marina, fretting, discussing his past, saying a little more about his disagreements with his wife. There was nothing new in them for us, just another proof that this separation was necessary. I was asked over and over again in the last 5 years, why did you waste your time with this crazy Marxist, his baby and his slovenly wife? And I would like to add to this a lot of explanations, just memories of what I found interesting and attractive about Lee.
Let's keep this on the track now.
Yeah.
I know you have many recollections on Lee Harvey Oswald, but why don't we go through? I have collected during this first half of our interview a number of questions that I would like to ask you and clarifications on certain points. Why don't we do it up? You want it at this point?
At
it's
this
okay
point.
with me?
Fine.
Okay. And let me go over a number of things that I have found we should elaborate on a little bit. And my first question to you would be, you have indicated that Oswald had a definite liking for President John F. Kennedy.
Yes.
And how did that become clear to you?
Well, first of all, I remember talking to him and looking at the cover of Life magazine, which has the picture of President Kennedy, and he commented how handsome he was, how young, how attractive. Again, I think this appealed to him, and every time he spoke about President Kennedy, he spoke kindly of his effort to improve the racial relations in the United States.
You feel his racial, that was one of his basic preoccupations.
That was
from
one of his basic
in New Orleans.
preoccupation and one of his basic motivations. And from that point of view, he definitely had love and respect for President Kennedy. He, I have to say, did not respect particularly his background. For instance, the fact that his father, Joseph Kennedy, made money in the whiskey business, and he knew about it. And he mentioned that to me. But I do not think that this distracted from his general, very positive feeling towards President Kennedy and his wife.
As far as politics in the United States is concerned, did Lee have any ideas about Democrats, Republicans, and did he tie it in with international affairs like U.S. and USSR?
That, I think, is an interesting question. And for instance, he mentioned to me one day that all the politicians are the same, and the people all over the world are decent. Those are the leaders who create confusion in the world. And he made a very amusing comparison between the Republican and Democratic Party in the United States on one side, and said that they disagree on certain subject, but still they do not fight each other. And then he made a comparison between the Western civilization, the Western democratic countries, and the Soviet Union, and he said, well, that's the same thing between the Western countries and the Soviet Union. There are different points of view, but we should not fight each other.
Mm-hmm. What did Lee say about his Marine Corps days? What did he feel? How did he feel about the Marine Corps in the United States?
The Marine Corps in the United States, he had a rather unpleasant memory. He did not like the discipline. He considered that the Marine Corps was a highly rightist organization, and actually he thought even that it would be a danger to the democratic institutions in the United States someday as a powerful military group which might take over sometimes.
In other words, a coup d'etat.
That's exactly that.
By the military.
That's exactly that. And he mentioned at the same time that President Truman wanted to abolish the Marine Corps. He knew about it, and he seemed to agree with it. Of course, that was his own opinion.
Yeah. Did he speak to you ever about his dishonorable discharge from the...
He never spoke about his dishonorable discharge, and I found out later that it was not dishonorable, but undesirable discharge. First, he had an honorable discharge. Then, he obviously made a false statement that he was going to leave the Marine Corps to help his mother, and instead of that, he did not do it and went to Russia to investigate the world prospects for himself. And that's when he obtained this type of a discharge, the undesirable discharge, but not dishonorable.
Jeanne, you have anything to add?
I don't think it was obtained, he was given.
Yeah.
He was given.
That's a slight detail.
Yeah, it was given.
George, how did Harvey Lee Oswald, if he ever did, speak about the religious institutions in the United States? Did he indicate any sympathy or antipathy against religion?
Lee Harvey Oswald was not a violent atheist, like some people think he was. He was an agnostic, and he did not like organized religion. Many, many times he mentioned to me that the money spent on churches in this country could have been spent much more usefully by helping poor people by building hospitals, asylums for poor, and by improving the situation in the Negro slums.
Mm-hmm.
So he was against organized religion, but not particularly violently. He just disliked it.
Mm-hmm. George, how did he feel about the Communist Party regime when he was in the Soviet Union?
Neither did he like the Communist Party.
He didn't.
He did not. He said that they were all opportunists who joined the Communist Party for the purpose to obtain the benefits of better jobs, of better salaries, that they shouted and screamed at meetings and presented themselves as patriots. And actually the people in Russia, without party affiliations, were the best. Neither did he have a great respect for any political parties all over the world. He liked the people, but not the political leaders.
Did you think he has been, I think somewhere I have heard you say you considered him rather useful because he spoke nicely about the United States when in the Soviet Union?
Exactly. I remember him telling us that when he was in Minsk, he used to teach his co-workers English. He used to tell them about the United States. He used to present the United States in a favorable light. And maybe that's why he wasn't so popular, because he was not really a traitor to the United States. But he has a ordinary nature, what we call here, you see. In Soviet Russia, he was defending his own country. In the United States, he was defending Soviet Russia. And therefore, I think he was a useful person and created good feelings in both countries.
Mm-hmm. You would say, though, from your knowing him in these years, you did not consider him capable of violent acts.
I never considered him capable of violent act.
He did threaten to destroy the toys, but that was, in your view, more a fit of...
Definitely, it's in a fit of anybody can get mad. And don't forget that Marina constantly annoyed him, made fun of him.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Yes. And so he did strike her, but she scratched back. If you call it very terrible, violent acts, then he was capable. But to me, he was not capable of really violent acts. I never considered him capable of killing a man. And the example for it is that he accepted our intervention in his personal life, a very strong intervention, taking his child and baby away from him.
Yeah.
Personally, I'm not a very violent man, but I wouldn't stand for it.
Yeah. Okay, George, one moment. I'll come back to you in a minute. What did you want to inject, Shine, at that point?
Well, just to clarify his personality, that he believed and he said in what he believed, he never played double game. And when he expressed his belief about religion and his view about religion, he stuck by it.
Yeah.
At the same time, Marina, according to her, had the same feelings. She completely ignored religion. She thought it was ridiculous. It was just completely, just like a farce.
Yeah.
And at the same time, while she was separated from Lee, she baptized her baby just in case.
Oh, she did?
She did.
Were you present at that baptism?
Of course not. I wouldn't let her if I knew she would be doing it.
But, Jean, how did you find out is that in the next chapter, the baptized?
Everybody knew. She was baptized in the Greek Orthodox Church.
Did Oswald know about it?
Who?
Oswald?
I'm sure he found out about it. Yeah. He had to know. And in fact, the priest of that church is not particularly a friend, but very good acquaintance of ours.
Yeah.
We can't be two very good friends because we don't attend the church.
Yeah.
But otherwise, he's a very nice person. It was a real ceremony of baptism, just real christening, actually. And I dislike Marina for being double-faced right there.
Yes.
Which Oswald never was.
Do you think your Russian friends have influenced her to have that done?
Oh, I am sure.
Yeah.
I am sure, because they'd also do it just in case, most of them.
Yeah, okay,
there are a few religious,
yeah.
but most of them are just in case, and that's despicable, really.
Sure.
Either you believe or you don't believe.
Right. Thank you, Jean. George, I want to come back a minute to Marina. Did you have an impression that in their relationship, for instance, Oswald would help her in the house, around the house, and was he a good husband in that respect?
Yes, extremely good husband. He was constantly helping her with housework. He objected to her being a relatively sloppy houseworker, but he did not mind helping her, cleaning the room, cleaning the dishes, and washing the clothes even. So I thought he was very, very helpful.
And did you notice any talk between them or with you about when the marriage was going to the rocks, of Oswald saying, well, then why don't you go back to the Soviet Union?
Well, I don't remember him saying that, but possibly my wife does. However, he did mention to me quite a few times that he was not too happy in the United States. There were many reasons for it, and I had the impression that they might leave both of them together someday if they could not find happiness here. You want to say something?
One moment.
But I did not hear anything about the separate, the idea of a separate moving away from the United States to Russia separately.
Jean, you have to inject something here?
Yes, I was going to just add a little bit to it, that when Marina came to the United States, her dreams were that everybody has a car, everybody has a washing machine, everybody has terrific, well-equipped kitchen, and nice apartment, nice gardens. And when she came over, and they were so poor, and they lived almost in destitute, she didn't find anything, and the way, and in spite how hard Lee worked and how hard he tried to work, she definitely knew that he'll never be able to provide all those things for her. So she began to be a little bitter and more disappointed. At the same time, she didn't make a move to get those things herself, which she can very easily if she learned the English, having profession already, and if she disagreed with Lee, she could obtain all of those things by herself. So that was beginning of their quarrels, that she was dissatisfied with the things that she found instead of the things that she was dreaming about. And she began to pick on Lee. Why can't you make more money, and you're not smart enough, and you're this and that. And that was the beginning of their quarrels until future, when he intercepted one of her letters from her ex-boyfriend from Russia. Then the real battle started.
George, I would like to ask you, did you have the feeling that Marina ridiculed Lee Harvey Oswald?
Yes, I have to say that she did it quite often, and really unnecessarily. Of course, he was not a conventional type of a person, but to call him a fool, an idiot, you're always busy with his politics, you're always busy with the books, instead of doing something useful. You think you are such a big shot, and I think you are nothing at all, was definitely
a form of ridicule.
A form of ridicule.
Did, for instance, when Lee would talk Russian, did she correct him?
Yes, that was another thing. She tried to correct Lee, and Lee resented it. Of course, he spoke Russian excellently, but with certain grammatical mistakes, and had a slight foreign accent. It was remarkable for a man of his educational background to speak Russian so well. But Marina tried to underline his mistakes.
To blow them up.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah.
But because you did say to me somewhere along the line that his phraseology was correct. For being 2.5 years in Russia, it impressed you, did it?
Sure, it was perfect. Not perfect from a point of view of a Russian. You know, really, one knows only one language in one's life. It's very difficult to know two languages to perfection. And Lee's language, of course, was English, and Marina's language was Russian. And Marina knew Russian very, very well.
Oh, you have your impression was she was well educated.
Well, from that point of view, she was very well educated and spoke Russian, well-educated Russian, not a vulgar type of a Russian that one hears from a ditch digger.
George, I might inject here that you are actually at the moment teaching Russian at Texas University in
Yes.
Arlington. Right?
Yes, indeed.
Mhm.
I'm a lecturer there.
Yeah. One moment, Jan, you wanted to interject here something. I saw you. Oh, okay. All right. I thought maybe you mentioned somewhere along the line that he did read the classics, and did he talk intelligently about Russian classic writers?
Yes, he did not talk at great length about it, but he definitely appreciated the atmosphere created by the Russian classics, the atmosphere of the Russian countryside, of the life of the Russian people, and of the complicated Russian mental processes.
Did you ask, for instance, talk about language, did you ask Marina how she got along buying stuff in shops without making any effort to learn English?
Well, that was quite amusing. She went to the store and knew only 2 English words, yes and no. And so she said she would point out to a merchandise that he wanted to get and said yes, and she didn't want it, she would say no. And that's how she got along in the stores.
George, how, and getting back a minute to this political philosophy of Lee Harvey Oswald, did he ever ask you what your political philosophy was?
Well, my political philosophy is to live and let live.
That's what you told Oswald.
Yeah. And I'm not interested in any political organizations. And
you did vote Republican always,
I voted
usually.
Republican all my life because of my own personal reasons. But I would consider that each country deserves the government they have, and let the communists live the way they want, let the socialists live the way they want, let the dictatorships live the way we want. We have enough problems in this country to solve, rather than to try to intervene in other countries' affairs. And that was more or less Lee's ideas too.
George,
deserves the government they have, and let the communists live the way they want, let the socialists live the way they want, let the dictatorships live the way we want. We have enough problems in this country to solve, rather than to try to intervene in other countries' affairs. And that was more or less Lee's ideas too.
George, what was, coming to you, since we are talking a minute about you, how did the FBI influence your life after this Oswald affair? I mean, what were your contacts with the FBI? You did ask them, first of all, whether Oswald was okay. You were one of the few people in Dallas who inquired at the local FBI. How
Yes.
did it influence you?
Well, I will tell more about it in the following chapters.
Okay, then we don't.
But it definitely had a strong effect on our lives.
Yeah, but you did say somewhere along
Yes.
the line, in a number of points, why you were furious at that.
Well, naturally. What happened that immediately after the assassination, the FBI or whatever other organizations started investigating my wife and I, they went immediately to all our friends and acquaintances, business acquaintances, and business relations, and started inquiring whether I was a communist, whether I was an anarchist, whether I was a killer, whether I was an assassin, a CIA, whether I was all those insulting things. And when your friend or an acquaintance hears it all the time and spoken by a government agent, naturally they start worrying about it. Not only worrying, but they start suspecting you of being that. And that's exactly what happened to my wife and I. We lost a lot of friends, we lost a lot of business because of this absolutely useless way of investigation, because you cannot find anything by asking questions. You have to investigate secretly, like Scotland Yard does, and not go in and asking people questions and assemble a bunch of papers. This is my criticism, by the way, of the Warren report too.
We will get to that in later chapters, Sir George.
Yeah.
Because I want to keep that definitely all together, that package of your FBI experiences. So I would almost say we have gone now through a number of clarifications on the past chapters, on your relationships with, and I have made notes for further questions at a later stage. So why don't we continue, or do you have anything special you want
to inject?
A few
things I would like to mention. What Lee did not like about the United States, I remember. He did not like about the United States the existence of ultra-rightist hate groups, which he called fascist organizations. Number two, he disliked in the United States that it was hard to get education, at least to him. You have to pay for it. You have to work to get an education. You have to get a job to get an education. Well, in that I didn't agree with him, but that was his point of view. And the third, that it's hard in the United States to find a job and to make a living. And in this I have to agree with him, because I had similar experiences. And I also have to say that FBI certainly didn't help Lee to hold the jobs.
Yeah, let's get. He had a lot of problems here in this area with getting a job, and you think that's in part of the FBI going to all his bosses each time?
Definitely. Each time he had a job, they would go to his bosses and tell him that here is the guy who went to Soviet Russia, and you know what the result was. He lost a job. And that's a friend of mine also, who is a banker in Dallas, who was aware of that fact.
You mean?
Yeah, Mr. Ballin was aware of the fact that Lee would have a very hard time ever finding a decent job in this geographical area. Frankly, he should have moved out of Dallas completely. Dallas was better than Fort Worth. It was less provincial, but still it wasn't good enough for him.
Yeah, but if he goes somewhere else, the FBI...
Maybe so, but at least he might have found some more liberal bosses who would have accepted him as he was.
George, you mentioned which gentleman, Mr. Sam...
This friend of mine, Mr. Sam Ballin.
Ballin, how do you write that?
B-A-L-L-E-N.
He testified too.
He testified also at the Warren Committee, and he also told me of his reactions when he heard about that Lee Harvey Oswald might have been involved in the assassination.
How did he know Lee at all?
I introduced him
for a job.
And asked Mr. Ballin to find him a job.
At the bank?
No, he was an investment banker, and he had various companies that he controlled and was chairman of the board of. One of them was a reproduction company in Dallas and in various other towns. And he gave an interview to Lee, and had a lot of liking for him from his interview. He said he was an independent man, a clear-thinking man, a man who had a desire to improve himself. But he did not give him a job.
He was not mentally unstable in Mr. Ballin?
Not at all. He said that he did not give him a job because he was too much of a hard head and too much of an individualist and would not fit into his organization. So,
did your friend the banker later comment at one point that if you hadn't gone to Haiti and you had been able to look after Lee as you were doing when you were in Dallas, if Lee was involved in the assassination, it would have never happened?
Definitely.
Did he say that? Did he
He said that, and it's on record in the Warren Committee report.
Oh, he did.
And I'm really very grateful to him for this remark, because it shows that the man understood Lee's personality, and he also understood what my wife and I have been trying to do to them, to open new horizons for them, to get them out of their frustration, out of their dark hole, to get them into the fresh air and improve their position socially and economically. And I'm sure that if we were in Dallas at the time, we would have known what Lee was planning to do, and he would have told me that. But unfortunately, we were not in Dallas, but we were in Haiti.
Okay, Joe.
Now,
You said you were dealing with some of the questions that he did not like about the United States.
yeah, well, I already mentioned what he did not like about the United
Okay.
States.
You have any further notes on your remembering?
Yeah. For instance, I remember that Marina was saying that Lee was quite a different man in Soviet Russia. He was a friendly man and relatively happy man. But in the United States, said Marina, Lee became a different person. He became more or less of a recluse. He disliked the Russian emigres that he met. Maybe it was a jealousy that they were rich or successful, but I think probably he was sincere in considering them as foolish people and also traitors to their country for having left Russia. But that was his own opinion, not mine, of course.
Being yourself.
Yeah, being myself a refugee, at least the son of a refugee.
Yeah.
So this is what his reaction to Russian colony and to life in the United States was.
Jean wants to inject here something.
Actually, his dislike and unfriendliness to a Russian colony or whoever did help Marina was because they were really much too lavish, and they gave her so many things they practically spoiled her and the child. And Marina was throwing it in his face. Look at this. I've just received this. Look this. Give it to me. Did I tell that before?
No, but go ahead. Yes, it's fine.
So this actually made him quite angry, and she mentioned quite a few times that you'll never be able to give me all these things. So it backfired actually. All their help and all their generosity backfired as far as Lee's concerned, because it made life for him much more difficult and Marina much more demanding.
Yeah, it is more or less what you said before, but it's okay. Well, it's okay, Jean. It is. We will edit it. Don't worry.
Another interesting thing I would like to add from my memories of Lee Harvey Oswald is the fact that he disliked bureaucracy in any country. And he had sort of a satirical attitude towards the bureaucracy in the United States and in Soviet Russia. I asked him, for instance, how did you get out of Soviet Russia? How did you get the permit to get out of Soviet Russia? Hey, he said, that's easy. You stick it with the bureaucracy and you get it. In other words, he outsmarted the Russian bureaucracy, which to them was just a amorphous bunch of people. Regarding, for instance, the comparison between Soviet Russia and the United States, Lee Harvey Oswald had maybe an exaggerated opinion, but he did have that opinion that both sides had made a lot of mistakes, and both sides were sometimes right, sometimes wrong, and that he himself would make a decision which side was right and which side was wrong.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the end of tape number 4.
The end of it?
Yeah. I feel we should not get organized and go into a chapter because
now we go.
From
now we go. We have enough
Floating
memories. We have enough memories of Lee, and now we go straight.
Well, I have some questions kept for later.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm glad we got Sam in.
Mr. Olsman, you're on mic.
We are still on?
You had moved your microphone. I wanted to be sure I was speaking.
Oh yeah, okay. We wait for you, Sam, for the next tape. Shall we? So we continue now, tape 5, the Mohrenschildt interview on further events in the separation between Lee and Marina Oswald.
As I said before, many friends of mine and my wife's asked many times, why did you get mixed up with this crazy Marxist and his wife? The reason for it are explained in my various conversations with him. The others asked, "You belong to a different spheres of society from Oswald. Why did you ever get mixed up with these low-class people," in a quotation mark, low class? Some reasons were already made clear in the previous chapters and in my conversations with Lee, but I should add more. In 1960, I lost my only son of the congenital disease, cystic fibrosis. This affected me so strongly that I asked my wife, Jeanne, the son was, by the way, by a former marriage, to join me in an expedition on foot on the Indian trails through Mexico and Central America. We met Oswald soon after the return from this trip, which helped me in my ordeal. This trip was somewhat in an old Russian tradition, to retire back to nature and to walk in the wilderness, to be in spirit with my lost child. We walked for almost a year, all the way to Panama Canal. This trip affected our way of thinking, and we had discovered the dismal poverty and the exploitation by ruling classes in all those countries we had passed through.
Which countries exactly did you go through?
I'll give you the detail later on. We became much more liberal than before. Naturally, Lee was extremely interested in our trip, and we discussed our observations with him constantly. Marina, on the other hand, could not care less. In a way, therefore, I identified Lee with my lost son, and because of the difference of age, he could have been my son. Possibly he felt it and appreciated it. Maybe that's why he had accepted our interference in his private life. Also, he trusted me implicitly and felt that what both my wife and I were trying to do would be beneficial to him. Another comparison.
Excellent, Judge.
Why I became close with Lee Harvey Oswald. I had been an officer in the Polish army long ago, and I treated Lee sometimes like an officer would treat a young soldier, not superciliously, but fairly and firmly. Jeanne, my wife, also had the same attitude with Marina, as her own daughter was about Marina's age. Actually, Marina was exactly between the ages of my daughter Alex and Chris, my wife's daughter's ages. Therefore, this was the reason why Lee accepted our interference and our forced our action in separating him from his wife. Now we're coming back to the results of this separation. A few days after the separation, Lee came over to our house and brought me the cards he had made for me.
What cards?
At Taggart's. Well, he obviously liked my name, which is long and very difficult to most people, but he printed me the cards.
Calling cards.
Calling cards, absolutely correctly, in fancy letterheads, on shining white paper, and those cards had, for some reason, black borders, like funereal, as if it had some mourning to them. Yeah. I still have those cards, and I look sometimes at them and think how nice was Lee to have done it. And I found it quite touching, especially as it was done after our decision to intervene in his life. And as I said before, soon after the separation, he came back to our house and sat down despondently.
Many evenings, he did say.
Yes. He was silent for a long time while I was working on some of my projects. "Remember your promise," he drawled. "I have to have Marina's telephone number. I want to talk to her and see June." My wife, Jeanne, trusted Lee implicitly and asked me, give him the number of the house and the telephone number, although Marina asked her not to do. She was obviously quite afraid of Lee and did not want him to approach her. But what we had to do, we wanted to help those two bewildered people, and we could not break our promise to Lee to give the telephone number and the address of his wife. From that day, Lee began calling Marina at all hours of day and night, until the elderly couple, the Mellers, got tired of being disturbed and asked Marina to move somewhere else. This time, we did not have anything to do with the move, and it seemed that first Marina moved to Mrs. Ford, F-O-R-D, Mrs. Katja Ford, stayed there for a little bit, and when her husband came back from a trip, he was a geologist also, Marina moved to another place, to another Russian girl married to an American by the name of Ray, whose husband was an advertising executive. Stayed there for a little bit, and then she returned to Lee. Lee again obtained the various telephone numbers, got to see his wife, and after a tearful scene, so we had heard, we didn't see it, at which Lee cried and promised that he would love her, that he would take care of her, etc. He swore that he would never hit her anymore. He would work even harder and make some real money, and this made effect on Marina, and she returned to him. Later on, we found out that before all this, she had moved all by herself away from Lee in Fort Worth, and then went back to him again. But this is just something that we remember talking to them about, and we don't know too many details. But regarding this separation, I want to say that we thought that this was too short a time for a useful separation, only about 2 weeks or 10 days, and told eventually both Marina and Lee that they should have been more patient. At the same time, we were angry with ourselves to have intervened in their lives and to have wasted so much effort and time really for nothing. All at the same time, my work in connection with the Haitian project of the Geological Survey became more pressing. In addition to that, I was appointed chairman of the cystic fibrosis campaign in Dallas. This meant seeing people go to the meetings, write letters, help the public relations people, and, the most important of all, try to raise money. In this way, Jeanne was extremely helpful to me. She canvassed our neighborhood, explained what cystic fibrosis was, cajoled, begged, and almost extorted money out of rather unwilling citizens of the University Park and out of the executives of the clothing industry. This is just to explain why we couldn't give more time to Lee and Marina. It may be interesting to say here that my previous wife, who was an MD, and I had started the Cystic Fibrosis Research Foundation in Dallas some years before, and it became gradually a national organization. Another strange coincidence. Jacqueline Kennedy became, unknown to me in 1963, an honorary chairman of this foundation. All the parents of children stricken with this dreadful disease are profoundly grateful to her for having lent her name to this cause so important to us. To me especially, as I still have a daughter stricken with cystic fibrosis, and I had lost my only son in 1960 from this illness. This is the end of the chapter, and we're going to chapter 8, which deals with the end of 1962. An important geological consulting job in Haiti was shaping up at the end of 62, and I wanted to combine it with other projects like operation of a sisal plantation, which the government was to give me as a guarantee of my contract. Ahead of time, I try to form a development company to help the sagging economy of this impoverished but lovely Caribbean country. My time was getting short, and our visits with Oswald scarcer. Between Christmas and New Year's of 1962, a big party was to be given by Declan Ford, an international geologist. Declan, let me spell that name. D-E-C-L-A-N Ford, F-O-R-D.
Okay.
An international geologist in Dallas, and his Russian wife, Katya. Both of them knew Oswald slightly and tried to stay away recently from this unusual couple. Although Marina had visited with them, but after this unsuccessful separation, they stayed away from Oswald, like the rest of the Russian colony. So after we got the invitation, we thought that it would cheer up our protégés if they would go also to the party. They liked the idea, and my wife called Katya Ford to have her agreement. Katya was not enthusiastic at first and definitely did not want the baby. Maybe the baby was an excuse, and the Fords just did not want to have such controversial people and to jeopardize their position in the Dallas establishment. But my wife was determined and pressed the issue. They are lonesome. They need company. They have to get out of their shells. We are not going to give a Christmas party this year. You are Russian, Katya, and have Russian friends. Marina won't be lost and may find some with whom she will become friends and will speak Russian. Of course, we could invite her to some of our McCorkle friends' party, but then she will not be able to speak English and would be lost. At your party, she will find some Russian-speaking people. And my wife promised that I'll find a babysitter for her. All right, bring them along, said Mrs. Ford, if you insist. Jean's friend, an American-Italian widow, was asked to babysit for June in our house, and she gladly accepted. As we remember, it was a clear, cold night when we drove to Ford's fashionable house in the rather exclusive section of North Dallas. The international crowd milled around.
Excuse me, did Lee and Marina come to your house and you drove the four of you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
And they left June in your house?
They left June in our house. The international crowd milled around. One of the loveliest girls present was a Japanese musician who stayed in Dallas with her friends. Her name was Yaiko, Y-A-I-K-O, as far as we remember. She was delicate, elegant, and sophisticated. She was somewhat dépaysée, in other words, lost in our society of rich, aggressive, self-assertive Dallas women. Marina did not look well that evening, we remember, and did not create much of a sensation. She spoke quietly with a few Russian present there. But Lee was the hit of the evening. Possibly the crowd was more liberal and more international than at the showing of our movie later on, but unquestionably Lee was at his best. He was a good conversationalist that night, both in English and in Russian. His manners were excellent. He was attentive to all present. He was very sensitive to the audience and appreciated when he was taken seriously and when he was asked serious questions. Someone played Russian traditional songs on the piano. We all sang, and Lee joined in. Somehow, Marina was a little bit lost that evening. We even don't remember what exactly she was up to. However, I think she also sang some songs, or tried to sing, and she was just stayed close to the piano and listened what the others had to do. Several women found Lee most attractive. I heard favorable comments all around. But his great success that evening was the lovely Japanese girl Yaiko. Lee noticed her immediately, and in the middle of the evening he angled towards her, or vice versa, I don't recall. Of course, Lee had served in Japan, where, as he told me before, he got his grounding in his so-called Marxism. So maybe they had something in common. Possibly the Japanese girl had met GIs like Lee in Japan. We do not know, but it was attraction at first sight. They stood away from the crowd and talked. She spoke perfect English, by the way. And Marina stayed in the crowd of Russian women, fretted and fretted. Frankly, I was delighted, knowing how difficult it was for Lee to get along with his wife, and how often she had called him a fool, a bore, a poor lover, and a brute. Now she appeared in a new part of a jealous woman who forgot the surroundings. She forgot even men that evening. And she also forgot about cigarettes and wine, and she watched Lee with narrowed eyes. "What's the matter?" I asked her. "Don't be jealous. Your loving husband will come back to you. We should go home. I'm worried about June." She used the excuse of a jealous woman. But this time Lee was not to be budged. The first time we saw Lee really flourish in a crowd. He did not have his usual worried expression. He was really enjoying the evening, and he insisted staying almost to the end of the party. Now I remember some other things about this party. Some other Russians who were there and who told me at the party that how well Lee spoke Russian, actually, that he spoke perfect Russian. They also asked him in my presence, "How do you like Russia?" And he said, "Oh, it's all right," not committally. He spoke very fast Russian to this Russian lady who was there. And she mentioned, "I have been here in the United States so long and still don't speak very good English." And Lee mentioned that he was there in Russia less than 3 years. And yet he spoke excellent Russian. So this is a sign of his intelligence. So finally the party became, as usual, in the early hours of the morning, quite crowded and boisterous. The Japanese girl and Lee lost sight of each other. She approached me shortly afterwards and said bashfully, "What an interesting friend you have. I didn't have a chance to ask his name." "Lee Harvey Oswald," I said. "What a lovely name," she said in a low voice. "Yes, he's an unusual fellow, but lots of people do not understand him." "I do," she said. "He had such true things to say about Japan." Timidly she looked around. "Would you tell me, please, where he is working?" Where does he work, actually? I told her, and she wrote it down. A real romance is cooking, I thought. Obviously, she and Lee communicated later, but we do not know what came out of it.
You are sure they did communicate later?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll explain why.
Okay.
We are really very nosy people, but in this case, our personal affairs took precedence, and if it hadn't been for Marina, we would have forgotten this involvement. Marina appeared some days later. "I found the telephone number of the Japanese girl," or maybe she said bitch, "in Lee's pocket." She cried bitterly. "And we had a fight again. Look at me." She had a black eye, and Lee later showed me some scratches. "She loves to provoke me," Lee concluded bitterly. "She fights like a mad cat. Look at those scratches." The situation was back to normal again. They were fighting. Now, next chapter.
Excuse me, one moment, Judge.
Yes.
Jean, do you have anything to add on that party, or is this your view too? You don't recall anything especially of that party? No, yes.
No, I don't think so. I think it's just about right. The whole
We are
thing.
back to normal.
Yes.
Okay.
Now we're going to chapter I, Rare Meetings in 1960.
9, huh?
Yeah, well, I call it Rare Meetings in 1963. The incident with Lee's romance, in quotation mark, was another proof to us that only themselves could solve their problems. No intervention on our part would be of any use. Maybe the emigres, the Russian emigres, were right in eliminating this unhappy couple. Anyway, our meetings became quite rare and uneventful. If we saw them a few times, we did not talk much about their personal problems or about anything of importance. Hence, we cannot remember the details of these encounters. Maybe my wife should add a few words about this. I don't have it.
Because we both were working quite heavy schedules, we couple of times maybe went to see them in the evenings and spent very, very little time with them. And one of those occasions, Marina promised Lee not to smoke anymore, finally. And then during our visit, all of a sudden she was very, very upset. She went to the kitchen, so I went after her and asked what happened. I said, look what that fool did. I had a cigarette, and he took that cigarette and squashed it on my shoulder. That was quite an unpleasant incident, and I could never forget it. Of course, we told Lee that that was completely ridiculous and stupid, but the thing already happened. It was too late.
Also, in addition to this fact that we were a little bit tired of their constant fighting and quarreling, the situation became changed for us. The travelogue I was working on was almost completed, and the practical issues of life took over. My geological work became more pressing, and I couldn't be an angel savior anymore. Jeanne was also extremely busy.
In what?
In her designing work.
She designed for one of the
Yeah.
fashion houses in Dallas, right?
Yes. So our meetings with Oswald became scarcer in the beginning of 1963. Now I want to tell about the evening when we showed our movie. One evening, a geologist, Everett Glover, Glover,
That was in 63.
63.
You have a vague idea what months in 63?
Probably in January.
January.
Maybe beginning of February.
So still about 9 months before the assassination.
Yes. One evening, a geologist for working on the research department of a large oil company, his name was Everett Glover, he worked here in Dallas, asked us to show, he and his friends, the 8mm movie of our long expeditions through Mexico and Central America. At our request, he invited all his friends and colleagues. Yes, my wife has to say.
Go on, John.
We asked the Oswalds to come along with us, as Lee was anxious to see our film.
One more.
Well, I just want to clarify what was our trip and what was our expedition. We actually crossed from border of Texas border all the way to Panama Canal, and took us precisely 10.5 months.
What year was it?
It was 1960, October 6, 1960, and we went to Haiti after finishing it August, and then we returned from Haiti back in October 61. Within this time, we traveled on foot, crossing Mexico, entire length of Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, San Salvador, Costa Rica, and Panama. And we stopped at the Panama Canal. We planned to spend one more year on that trip, but were extreme floods, and we couldn't forge the rivers, and we were compelled to wait at least 6 months for the rivers to subside, and we decided to return to the United States.
One question. You made a movie during this trip, and you were showing that movie that night. Okay.
Yes. This was an amateur type movie, but it showed the sequence of our expedition. And quite a few people in Dallas and even in other cities were shown this film. Quite a few younger people, although generally conservatively inclined, were interested in meeting Harvey Lee Oswald. Before the showing, they asked him quite a few questions of the same type that I asked him myself so many times. And I have the impression that Lee answered them, maybe a little aggressively, without hiding his sympathies with the revolutionary movement all over the world. I remember that he especially expressed that night his respect for Che Guevara and for Fidel Castro. That hardly made him popular that evening. And while he was talking and discussing these things, an extremely tall, slender woman, dark-haired, in her late 20s, whose name I didn't catch immediately, asked me if Marina spoke any English. I said none. Would you introduce me to her? I find her very nice. My name is Ruth Payne. I did, and to my great surprise, Mrs. Payne began to speak in halting but understandable Russian. She turned out to be an Easterner who had majored in Russian in some Eastern college and was anxious to practice it. From that day sprang a friendship between her and Marina, and friendship which lasted to the day of the assassination. Ruth Payne has done more for Marina than one could conceive, yet for some reason Marina rejected her after Lee's death. The showing of the picture was a success. We filmed mainly scenery, volcanoes, flowing lava, mountains and jungles. And since most of the people were geologists there, they are usually interested in such things, as they are adventurers at heart and explorers. Marina naturally could not care less.
How did she showed to be bored or something?
Yes, I have the impression that she was bored by the whole thing. Well, she was not an outdoor woman. She was not interested in that sort of thing. She did not express her dislike or like, just anything at all.
And Lee, did he say anything about it to you personally?
Lee commented later on how much he liked the film, and that he envied us for having lived for almost a year so close to nature. To have walked almost 4,000 miles, to have gotten away from all conventional comforts, and to have been completely free. In other words, he really understood the meaning of our trip. I advised him quite a few times later on to follow in our tracks someday, if he ever had a chance, and if he would be free from unnecessary obligations. That, said Lee, is unlikely to happen to me. He was rather sad. Some people attributed to me, and still do, the part of Svengali, or some sort of a mentor to Lee Harvey Oswald. Nothing could be farther away from that. Lee was a fellow who had made up his mind early in life that our way of life, that our ways of life in our country and our political system were wrong, and nothing to the contrary would persuade him. It so happened that our opinions in regard to Latin America coincided. Possibly I was even more critical of it than
Lee. On the basis of your year?
On the basis of our trip.
Yeah, but you have had other contacts with
Yes,
Latin
I
America.
lived in Latin America for many years
You
and
have
worked
to
for oil
clarify
companies, and therefore I knew Latin America. But I looked at it from a point of view of a petroleum geologist, and I did not know the life of the people there. Now, this trip that we took showed us an entirely different angle
Yeah.
of life in Latin America.
You got closer to the
We
people.
got closer to the people. We understood the problems of the poor people.
Actually, you discovered the same thing that apparently Oswald always was talking about. that
Exactly what Oswald found it
people
in
to
Japan.
people's contact.
Exactly. Oswald found it in Japan. And an interesting coincidence is that Che Guevara had discovered the same thing in his assignment as a doctor to Central America. And that's what made him revolutionary. He discovered the dismal poverty, the exploitation of the poor by the rich. He was on some kind of a medical assignment in the same countries we were in, but years before that. And that's what made him the revolutionary he was.
Very interesting.
And so we walked and lived for a year close to nature.
Yeah, actually,
We lived
George,
with
when
poor
I-
people, and as my wife mentioned, in Mexico, in Guatemala, in El Salvador, in Nicaragua, Honduras, Costa Rica, and Panama. And only in Costa Rica did we find some traces of democracy.
In what way did you find them?
Well, it's a small democratic country which has hardly any really problem of dictatorship. They have a police force but no army. They have spent all their money on education. You can talk freely there, and it's a little jewel of democratic institutions in Latin America. I think this idea is clear to most Americans now, but it was not in 1963. Who knew in 1963 that in San Salvador there was such utter poverty and desperation of agricultural masses as the land and the wealth of the country.
Banana Republic.
Yes, that's right. Banana and Coffee Republic. That the wealth of the country belonged, and still does, to 23 feudal families from the time of the Spanish rule. This is no secret. It is no secret that Somoza family still dominates and owns most of Nicaragua. The underprivileged do not have the slightest chance in those countries. The support of our own country, the United States, to oligarch, corrupted generals, and crooked politicians all over the world is now openly discussed by the national figures like Senator McCarthy or John Galbraith. But 6 years ago, especially in the South, such conversations were considered dangerous and revolutionaries. In this respect, both Lee Harvey Oswald and I were revolutionaries in spirit. Pity for the poor and underprivileged had not been my characteristic in my younger years, but the loss of my son, my long experience in Latin America as a geologist, including pre-Castro days in Cuba, and finally our trip, made me vividly aware of the horrors of poverty and inequality. I had been in the social register, played around with a lot of wealthy people, did business with them, dangled Jacqueline Bouvier on my knee when she was a teenager. Now, these attitudes became meaningless to me. Jeanne, my wife, on the other hand, as well as Lee, had always been on the side of the poor and underprivileged. Lee especially, and because of that, I liked and respected him.
May I interject here
Yes.
a minute? Jean, I would like you to, if you can, to say a few words about, as George mentioned here, your sympathy for the masses, for the poor people. Could that be traced back to your use in China, where you have seen, would you be willing to say something about your, I know you are very fond of China because you spent your youth there, and maybe a clarification from your own ideas on how you developed already in early age this closeness to to masses and poor people. It would help. It would probably be very interesting.
Well, I think the attitude towards life mainly depends on your upbringing and on your parents and not of your background. You can be very poor and you can be snobbish, you can be very rich and you can be very humble and love poor people. I was fortunate. I was born to not a millionaire, but very wealthy family, and I had everything under the sun that anybody could have. In China, including all the most expensive toys from Germany, including all the Russian children's library, which was copied in my own house. But at the same time, it was drummed in our heads, mine, my brother's head, that you have to be kind and you have to, the only way to enjoy life and to be happy is to give and not to receive. And the more you have and the more you give, then the only way you can balance what you have if you give. So it's actually very simple. Plus, of course, I'm fond of China because I was born there and I was educated there. And I saw the real Chinese people, not the way they're pictured across the border. In general, Chinese people are exceedingly kind and honorable. In China, such a word as contract will be insult to ask for the contract. Their word is everything. As far as their kindness is concerned, the only thing they're not kind to the animals, but to each other, they never fight. You would never see two Chinese fighting. The only thing they do, they will be swearing at each other. In fact, they're very funny because they just stand in front of each other, they wave their hands, they're swearing, and they stamp their feet and they spit on the ground. That's the amount of their fights. You would ever hardly see a fight, a bloody fight, between Chinese people.
Except, of course, when there was...
Well, naturally, of course, they've been in a rough spot since the Japanese invasion.
Say about poverty in China, people's starvation.
And so much poverty. For instance, if Chinese family, of course, they had no birth control and nothing of this kind. And if the family has a girl, very often that baby was just thrown away in the street because there was no room to bring up a girl. She's not a worker. The boy they would keep.
You are talking of the years of the 20s,
really? 30s.
But 25, about 30s. Was still very, very bad. Then the poor people were hit by Japanese that invaded Manchuria, in fact, and they were forcing to intermarriage between Japanese and Chinese, and they called it Manchuria, they started to call Manchukuo. And they were persecuting everybody that had anything to do or any knowledge of the military installations, Japanese military installations in China.
But, Jean, I would like to get back to your early born sympathy
for the poor.
For the poor people that George was mentioning, that appealed to you again on your trip in Latin America. That goes back to probably your early youth when you could be an eyewitness to the poverty in China.
Oh yes, I've been eyewitness to the poverty in China, not only in the cities but also in the countries. And
your father's work on the railways took him there?
Yes, my father built the Far Eastern Railroad and he was in charge of it until 1925 when it was sold to Russia, and then he immediately resigned from it because he never refused to take communist pass, but became Chinese citizen. So, but I did travel with him, or just on that railroad every summer. We made long trips, so I really saw Chinese country and people living in the country.
So that came all back to you during that trip in Latin.
That's right.
Now we're going to talk again about the relations between Lee and Marina. Why did he ever fall in love with Marina, being such a different person? No reason other, probably, than that the opposites attract. A friend told me once, there is no greater mystery than what goes on behind the closed doors of a couple's bedroom. Notwithstanding all their quarrels, there must have been a very strong emotional bond between them, and it lasted to the last days of Lee's life. We know that before the fateful day in November 1963, Lee had asked Marina again and again to come and live with him, and Marina refused because he supposedly could not afford to buy her a washing machine. Hence came a theory, which some publication attributed to me, in quotation marks, washing machine motivation for the assassination of President Kennedy. In Congress, of course. Whatever may be said of Lee's...
In Congress, of course, where?
In Congress. No, later on in the publications in the United States, they attributed to me this motivation of possibly he became an assassin because Marina rejected him, and this was caused because Lee did not buy a washing machine. Foolish. They attributed it for some reason to me. Whatever may be said of Lee's motivations, I have never heard him express any dangerously violent tendencies. He never admitted to have been a member of any party, either socialist or communist, and I believe that he was only mildly influenced by his early Marxist readings. That was, of course, his business and privilege. He did not try to influence me, neither did I try to influence him in any way. "That's why it's so easy to be with you," said Lee once. "You let me be myself. Everybody else tries to advise me, to improve me. You leave me strictly alone." The subject of our film reoccurred once or twice in our conversations later on, as Jean tried to influence both Lee and Marina to be sportier, to exercise, to get their troubles out of their systems through physical exhaustion. It had worked so well in our case, but neither of them were to follow her advice.
Did you advise them, for instance, to play tennis? Or
Yeah, we advised her to play tennis.
Because knowing you are very arduous tennis players.
Many things, studying.
And study English. Yeah.
Well, this is the...
Number 6, in the Mohrenschildt interview, and again I stress, the following interview is the sole property of Mr. and Mrs. Mohrenschildt.
This is chapter I, which deals with rare meetings between us and Oswald in
You continue chapter I.
1963.
Chapter 9.
So I went to Haiti in March of 1963 by myself and signed the contract. When I came back, we still had a few weeks left before our departure from the United States.
May I interject here a question to Mrs. Mohrenschildt? Jan, while George was in Haiti, did you have any contacts with the Oswalds? None at all. Thank you.
None at all. I was busy packing.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
And I remember this incident. It was a beautiful spring day, probably Saturday and Sunday, and Lee was not at work, and he brought Marina and the baby to our house early in the afternoon. It so happened that a dear friend of ours, a retired admiral, Admiral Bruton, B-R-U-T-O-N, a great hero of the submarine war in the Pacific, who had 5 Navy Crosses, and his charming wife had invited us for a swim in their house in North Dallas. Jean called and asked if we could bring along a young couple with us.
Excuse me. Yeah. Jean called the Admiral's wife.
The Admiral wife and asked if we could bring along a couple with a baby. And she mentioned that he was a Marine. Of course, was the answer. So we sat by the swimming pool, Marina holding the baby. She either did not swim or did not like herself in a bathing suit. And Lee was sitting quietly, immersed in some of his thoughts. Admiral's wife, a cheerful and friendly lady who had spent a lot of time in China, discussed something about the Orient with Jean. and I swam back and forth. No alcohol was served, to Marina's disgust. By the way, this lack of interest in any physical exercise was extremely distasteful to us in both Oswalds. But at least Lee had an excuse to have worked hard all week, and Marina had no such excuse. Jean plunged in the pool, came out in a splendid physical condition, and muttered to me, "Look at this lazy female. She won't move off her thin behind."
Even Mr. Wallace thinks this is amusing.
Then the Admiral came in. We called him Henri, and he loved to speak French, play the organ, drink moderately, and speak disgustedly of his new job as a vice president of some defense plant. A wonderful, humble person he was, although a heroic soldier and the most educated man in the U.S. Navy. He was a lawyer also and an electronic engineer. We greeted him with warmth, but Lee hardly moved. Here I noticed for the first time...
Well, Lee never saw the man in his life. He was your friend.
That's right. Of course, we told him he was an admiral.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Here I noticed for the first time his deep and genuine dislike for the brass, military brass. I presented him to the admiral and mentioned that he had been a Marine. "The most miserable time of my life, that damn Marine Corps," muttered Lee bitterly.
In front of the admiral?
Yeah.
Oh, that is Lee.
I seldom saw Admiral Bruton mad, but he hardly restrained himself from ordering Lee to stand at attention first, and then to get out of his house. Lee practically ignored him and behaved like a pouting child or a muffle. Marina was, on the other hand, a personification of a perfect lady and of a good mother, held the baby, smiled politely, and nodded whenever the Admiral spoke, although she did not understand a word of what he said. Nothing particularly drastic happened that evening, because the Admiral was a good...
Oh, you stayed for dinner?
No, we just spent the evening, had sandwiches, but no dinner.
No, but you came in the afternoon. No?
Yeah. All afternoon. Because the Admiral was a perfect host and restrained himself from being rude to Lee. Lee made a few more derogatory but rather funny remarks about the military authorities.
Can you remember any?
No, just said that he did not like the discipline, didn't like big shots, something like that, and we left quite early. 4 years later, we visited the Admiral in Washington, and he had forgotten the incident or did not connect the name of Oswald with the ex-Marine who came to his house. He was terribly excited when we told him that he had entertained amicably in his house the presumed assassin of the president. Being a good fellow with an adventurous, healthy streak in him, he was rather amused than appalled by the fact that he had known Oswald. So was his wife.
He was never called to the Warren Commission?
He was never called to the Warren Committee.
Although you told
Although I mentioned to the Warren Committee and gave his name, but obviously they decided that it was not worthwhile to call an admiral, and that was their attitude. We, being foreign-born, we were suspicious, but an American admiral was above suspicion.
Yeah.
It's understandable. Now we're coming to the next chapter, Easter of 1963, the chapter J. We were about to leave town for New York first and then for Haiti.
In what month was that, Jan?
That was April.
April 63,
yes. We don't remember the date of Easter, but this was in April 63, or April 13th probably. All our furniture was packed, only small details remained to be settled. I want to say that during that period we found out that Lee and Marina stayed practically recluse, because none of the Russian-speaking people and the American people saw them anymore, or very few at least. And Jeanne, my wife, said that they are alone, let's do something for Lee and Marina. This is Easter.
Which in Russia is the big, is what Christmas is to us, right?
Yes. And Jean was right. The Russian emigre colony was tired now, not only of Lee, but also of Marina. She went back to her Marxist husband instead of getting a divorce and marrying someone more respectable. I think there were some amateurs for Marina's hand and heart among some elderly bachelors with a Tsarist background, but Marina preferred her Lee, notwithstanding all the fights and beatings. So there was a bond between them. Jean got the large, fluffy rabbit, and we drove late in the evenings to Lee's new apartment.
A toy.
A toy.
You are talking about a toy.
The new apartment was on Neely Street. It was just a few blocks away from the old place on Elsbeth, but it was an unquestionably better apartment, judging from the outside looks as we drove up to it. This was the first visit to that new apartment house. The house was white frame with a few big pecan trees around and a small garden in the back full of climbing roses. They were all blooming at the time. We rang the bell and had to wait for 10 or 15 minutes as the Oswald seemed already asleep. Yet it was only 9:30 or 10 in the evening. The light came on, a window opened on the second floor, and Lee asked, "Who is there?" "George and Jan," I shouted. "Wake up. We have something for the baby." Lee came down, opened the door, and led us up a dark wooden staircase. Now Marina was up also, and the apartment was brightly lit. "Isn't this a nice place? So much better than the old dark hole in the wall," confided Marina in Russian. She was quite cheerful, and Lee also smiled, which hadn't happened too often before. The emigre protectors of Lee and Marina stopped seeing Marina, having lost hope, obviously, in changing her destiny and separating the couple permanently. Lee was satisfied with his job and was justifiably proud of being able to provide a better place for his family. That came out from our conversation with him. This was the first time that we did not see any conflict between them. Marina served us soft drinks and began discussing some domestic affairs with Jean. Lee and I walked to the balcony, sat on the railings, and began to talk. They had some sort of a porch there on the second floor. He asked me about my project in Haiti and envied me for having an interesting profession and for a chance to be helpful in an undeveloped country, in an undeveloped colored republic. How many people in our country know anything about Haiti, the oldest Negro republic in the world? I asked myself. Lee knew exactly where Haiti was located, what part of the Hispaniola island it occupied. He had an idea of the population there. He knew that there were 98% colored. He knew of the president and knew of the occupation of Haiti by the U.S. Marine Corps from 1917 until 1937. Personally, I had known Haiti since 1945, loved the country and the people, and was extremely anxious to start working there. "You really are lucky," said Lee. This opinion was very highly valued by me, as the majority of my friends at the time in Dallas, and also their acquaintances, hardly knew anything about Haiti and had predicted the worst of disasters for us if we lived there. So we talked to Lee about his new job, which he still liked, about his relations with Marina, which had improved lately, about June, who was getting along nicely and was growing. We also spoke, as I remember, of the unfortunate rise of the ultra-conservative, in our opinion, racist movement in the South especially, and agreed that it was a dangerous phenomenon for all freedom-loving people.
One moment, George. Jean, you are restless. You have something?
Yes, when he finishes paragraph, I want to start when we do explain everything. No, I just want to tell what we did with Marina and how I found the rifle, and then my remark.
That evening.
That
We are
evening,
talking
exactly.
about- George, do you want Jean to talk now, or do you want her to wait until you finish?
Yes, I think John comes in at the right time now.
Okay, that's what I should.
I thought so.
Go ahead, Jean. So you are in the Oswald apartment on Easter that evening late.
Yes.
George went to the balcony and talked with him about Haiti on the railing. And what did you do while George was?
And Marina was very proud of her new apartment, and he was showing me around her bedroom, the living room, and finally we came in to a large closet. We opened the door, and with all it was walk-in closet, sort of, and lots of clothes was hanging there, and on the right of it, on the floor, was standing a rifle leaning on a wall.
In the closet?
In the closet. It was not hidden. It was not hidden at all. It was standing right in front of everything. And to me it looked kind of funny because there was something dangling in the middle of it. Later on I found out it was telescopic sight. I never did see telescopic sight before, so I didn't know what it was.
Did you ask Marina at the time?
Well, when I saw the rifle, my first question was, what's this thing doing here?
What did she say?
I said, well, Lee bought it. Imagine that, how poor we are and how much we need the money for June. All of a sudden he buys this rifle. So naturally my question was, what on earth does he need the rifle? I said, oh, he just likes to shoot. To shoot? Where on earth can he shoot? I said, oh, he just likes skeet shooting. Where can he go skeet shooting? He has no time. He works all the time. So then she said, well, he shoots at the leaves in the park when we take Junie on Sundays, which didn't make too much sense, but at the same time I could understand that because I shoot at leaves myself, because I like target shooting and I never harm or kill anything, but I find immense pleasure in target shooting. So to me it was perfectly excusable and plausible. So then by this time George and Lee moved to the living room, was sitting on a sofa and sipping on their drinks. And we walking in with Marina, and the first thing I told to George, do you know what they have in that closet? He said, what? I said, a rifle. I said, what, a rifle? I said, yes, a rifle, imagine that. I said, did you take by any chance a pot shot at Walker and start laughing?
General Walker, you mean? Who
Yes,
said that?
George.
Yeah.
Did you take a pot shot at General Walker? Ha, 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 start laughing his head off. Now here the reactions was hard to judge for us because we thought it was very funny, and of course it was a stupid joke, but just 3 or 4 days before that there were attempts on General Walker's life in Dallas, in the very neighborhood close to where we were living, in Turtle Creek. So of course we thought it was a tremendous joke, and we sort of all laughed a little bit and then had another drink, and then we departed for home, and Marina cut me a tremendous bouquet of roses, and everything was fine.
Excuse me, Jean. Do you recall the facial expression of Lee Harvey Oswald when you said that, or did it get lost in the joke?
Well, it got lost in the joke overall, but I believe that George noticed some change in his faces, which he recalled later to me.
I'll ask George in a minute.
Yes. So at any rate, as far as I was concerned, it was just perfectly funny and stupid joke. And this was the last time we saw Oswald's. From then on, we just had only one card from them from New Orleans, which we misplaced because we were just about to move out.
Okay, but that we get to that
Yes,
later. So about that evening, do you have anything else to say about that evening?
Wait a second, I had something to add to the evening. Let Mr.
And then you
George,
can,
yes,
you get
yes,
the mic
yes.
later. Okay, thank you, Jean. Yes, George.
Again, the question is, what effect did your remark have on Lee Harvey Oswald? And I cannot answer this question with precision, as much as I strained my memory. I think, but I cannot vouch for it, possibly I was influenced by the later events that Lee mumbled something unintelligibly and was embarrassed. Marina also seemed shocked. But naturally, neither my wife nor I were shocked. My wife laughed and said, "What a foolish idea." And I just laughed uproariously, like a damn fool, at a poor joke, which at the time seemed funny only to me. Only later did I realize how stunning this remark must have been to Lee and shocking to Marina. She testified later that she knew Lee shot at General Walker, and my remark indicated to her that I knew that he did. I do not blame General Walker, whom I had never met, for being suspicious of me later and calling me a dangerous leftist. The remark was unkind and uncalled for, and as a joke it was in a bad taste, as General's life was at stake. Supposedly the bullet had missed him narrowly. There are other things which indicated to me later that possibly Lee might have shot at General Walker, aside from Marina's opinion. A friend of mine who had known Nazi Germany had met Lee some months before, this Easter of 1963, had a talk with him and told him.
You can identify the friend?
No, I don't remember his name. The most dangerous man in the United States is General Walker. Lee may be, he may be the head of an American fascism someday. So that might have influenced Lee. Another indication is the inscription on Lee's picture, which we received posthumously, but I shall write about it later. What I have to say, that this remark of mine really influenced our lives to a tremendous extent, because later on we heard from Mr. Albert Jenner, counsel of the Warren Committee, that Marina's testimonies were so contradictory, and she had to be called back and repeat on the oath her deposition dealing with these most important matters. She actually had said that as the door was opened to the apartment, before even seeing the rifle, she had said, "Lee, why did you miss him?" So naturally, that might have indicated to her that I knew and I was in some kind of a cahoots with Lee.
Did you say that?
No, of course I didn't say that.
So why does...
She must have been, when he made the deposition, under enormous pressure, frightened for herself and her children, bewildered and flabbergasted. What caused her to contradict herself, we do not know, but only guess at. Whatever it was, it created a sinister aura around me.
One moment, George.
From what we understand later, that Marina actually did believe that we knew somehow about this incident, and she actually lived in fear for days and days, just waiting that we're going to betray them and tell police about it. That maybe was the reason. So when we came to the house was dark, and before the door was open, Lee asked who it was. Maybe that was the explanation of their early retirement to bed and shutting the lights in the house.
You think they were afraid that he had been discovered as having shot at General Walker?
Yes, she actually did believe that we somehow knew it. And she was afraid that we'd go to police and tell them.
And later on...
We found out about that 5 years later, when we read it in report, her deposition.
In the Warren report?
In Warren report. We had no idea about that.
And later on, of course, we saw in the Warren report, and the counsel of the Warren Committee told us that she said that we knew that Lee had shot at General Walker. But later, in the same Warren report, she contradicted herself and said that George probably just guessed that Lee had shot at General Walker because he was an intuitive person, that I was an intuitive person. I knew Lee very well, and therefore I made a guess which hit the target. Anyway, whatever it was, we'll talk about it later. But that particular evening of Easter 1963, We finished that evening in a most amiable manner. We walked in a little garden behind the house. There were roses in bloom. Lee and Marina cut a gorgeous bouquet of roses for Jeanne in appreciation for the pink rabbit brought for their child.
And probably they were very relieved that
Yes.
they weren't betrayed yet.
Yes, naturally, looking backward at that, we don't know their reactions.
Yes.
But for us, it was just a friendly visit. We kissed the baby June, which looked now less than Khrushchev, joked about it again, and
How do
drove
you
back
mean?
home.
He
This
looked
was
like-
our usual joke. For us, baby June looked a little bit like Mr. Khrushchev.
The head.
The head, yeah. It was a round head, bald, with a little bit of fuzz around, had little squinty bluish eyes, and a rather bulbous nose. It was a very unattractive baby, and I'm sure that in the meantime the baby had improved. But it looked very funny, and it did look like Khrushchev, and we laughed about it, and so did Lee. Lee also thought it was very funny. Another example of a stupid sense of humor. So our affairs absorbed us so much from then on that we did not have time to see Oswald. But we received only one postcard from them, from New Orleans,
Why from New Orleans?
because they moved in the meantime to New Orleans. This was just before our departure to Haiti, and we lost the card. It was, as we remember, just a short card, greetings from New Orleans, and they gave us the address. I think Lee wrote the card, and the address was the Magazine Street in New Orleans. It was written in English, just to remind us of their existence and to give us the new address. We failed to put the address in our address book, and the only address of Lee Harvey Oswald in my wife's book is 214 Neely Street, and his business telephone number, Riverside 15501, the business telephone of his photographic company. We were planning to send them a Christmas card in 1963. The tragic events prevented us from doing it, but the address is still in Jeanne's book, and whenever she looks through it, she says, "This poor Lee, how we wish him to be alive and tell the truth. He had enough integrity to tell the truth, even if he had done something wrong." Maybe what we say here will indeed help to show what a person Lee Harvey Oswald was. The reader will have to form his own opinion as to his guilt. Both my wife and I miss him and are deeply sorry that he had met an untimely death on the hands of a man extremely unpalatable to any decent society. Now we're going to the next chapter, dealing with the Warren Committee, chapter K. Life in Haiti became tough for us.
Excuse me, George. Maybe you do it, but I just want to recall here. Going back to the scene where you signed the register in the American Embassy in Haiti and went to your friend's house there, Black. I recall you telling me the next meeting was with a guy in the grey flannel suit at the in front of the American ambassador in Haiti, in Port-au-Prince. Is that where you want to pick up now?
That's where we want to pick up now.
Okay. I want just to be sure.
Information trickled somehow to the newspapers that we not only had known the Oswalds.
In Port-au-Prince?
Yes, in Port-au-Prince, in Haiti. But that I had been his best friend. Of course, we told the political officer at our embassy that indeed we had known the Oswalds, and especially Lee Harvey Oswald. And we wrote to our friends about it. I also wrote a letter of condolences to an old friend, Mrs. Hugh Ouchinclauses, Jacqueline Kennedy's mother, expressing my grief over the loss of a wonderful man and a great president. Being influenced by the news attributing to Lee Harvey Oswald the guilt, I had added to my letter, "I am sorry to have ever met Lee Harvey Oswald and to have befriended him." The general opinion of the world was at the time that my old friend Lee Harvey Oswald was indeed the assassin. The gray flannel suit boys, the FBI agent, Mr. W. James Wood, arrived in Haiti, trying to make me deny the statement I had supposedly made to my friends that I had contacted government men in Dallas and asked him about Lee, and that the answer was he is a harmless lunatic.
In other words, George, to recapitulate, when you got to know Oswald in the very beginning, in 1962,
Yes.
you have inquired with the local FBI who Oswald was? And
Not FBI, some government agent, I don't know whether FBI or CIA. And I mentioned to the Warren Committee the name of the people.
yeah.
It's a vague recollection, but it actually happened.
Yeah.
Whatever it may be, it never occurred to me, or to my wife, that Lee might have been in any way connected with CIA or any other similar agency. I do not like concealment and spying, and if I thought that Lee would be in some way connected with an agency, he wouldn't have been a friend. He wouldn't have been a friend of mine. So I didn't have the slightest indication that he played some kind of a double game in Russia or in the United States. And I still do not believe it, although in review certain facts, as indicated in previous chapters, leave some unanswered questions. Especially, both to Jean and to me, his incredible knowledge of the Russian language. How did he learn it so fast? Now I want to speak of a strange coincidence.
That meeting of the grey flanneled man in Haiti, can you say something more about it? It took place at the U.S. Embassy?
It took place at the U.S. Embassy.
Is the American ambassador present?
No, with a political officer present.
The political officer. Yeah.
Officer present, and as in their usual manner, he tried to push me hard to say that I never spoke to anybody about Lee Harvey Oswald, that nobody called him a harmless lunatic. Then in a way, he sort of threatened me that life would be difficult for me, and so on and so forth. Well, I do not remember the detail, but that's how the FBI agents act.
Mm-hmm.
What
I know all about that.
Yeah, well, what I wanted to add now
All
here...
experience. Yeah. So you are still in Haiti, Port-au-Prince, and it dribbled out that you were his friend, and the FBI came to talk to you in Haiti, and what else happened there?
Here is what I have some better memories about this Mr. Wood's visit.
Yeah.
So we had doubts about Lee's guilt, although the general opinion was he was an assassin, and doubts were working on our minds. But we did not make any public statements that FBI in any way was connected with the killing of President Kennedy, the FBI or CIA. Never. I thought they were just negligent. However, our statements were of utmost importance to FBI, and Mr. Wood tried to force me to deny them, which I refused to do. Anybody is entitled to his ideas, especially if the facts do not jive, I told him. It was a stormy session. A friend of mine in Dallas, an investment banker who had known me well, testified later to the Warren Committee. George is an extremely discerning person, and right now his emotions are kind of tensed up. He saw me in Haiti. Possibly he knew me better than myself, and our emotions were tensed up. As I said before, at the beginning of my acquaintanceship with Lee, I became somewhat alarmed by his extremist views and by the fact of his having denounced his citizenship. And that's why, at the time, I asked a fellow connected either with FBI or CIA, I do not remember with which organization for sure, what did he think of Harvey Lee Oswald? that I had recently met. A harmless lunatic, he said. Therefore, Lee appeared to us all right. And after the assassination, he appeared to us as a patsy, because he was a harmless lunatic. So this statement we possibly have made to our close friends and relatives and caused a lot of our future troubles. Maybe we were emotionally upset and tense. Another reason that's an unanswered question that remained in my mind regarding Lee. How did he ever get to Russia? It's expensive to get there. Finally, how did he get the permit to return so easily? And how did he get the money from the U.S. Embassy supplied to him? These are the questions which were in our minds and still remained unanswered.
In a way that you might think, was Lee working for any government agency when he was in the Soviet Union? Do you ever?
No,
I
I didn't think
cross
so.
your mind?
He wouldn't have been a friend of mine if I had thought so.
Yeah.
Now I want to speak about an interesting coincidence in our lives, that I did indeed know Jacqueline Bouvier in 1939 when she was a teenager. I knew her mother, then Mrs. Jack Bouvier, her father, in quotation marks, the Black Jack, a handsome, dashing man, and a whole charming and warm swarm of Bouvier family.
Where was that?
I spent the summer in Long Island near them, and although my later life kept me away from them, I will always have a very warm feeling for them. But Jacqueline's mother, who became later Mrs. Hugh Ouchinclauses, I visited occasionally in Washington as late as in 1961. Newspapers made insidious remarks about me being the only man who knew Lee Harvey Oswald and Jacqueline Kennedy. But this was just a coincidence, and my life is full of strange coincidences. Be as it may, even the president of Haiti became concerned about the rumors of my friendship with the assassin of President Kennedy. Naturally, the visit from FBI man was quite well known to everybody, because everybody knows what goes on at the American embassy. The Haitians knew more what goes on at the American embassy than the Americans. So the president of Haiti asked Hervé Boyer, B-O-Y-E-R, who was Secretary of State for Finance, to call me to his office. Monsieur Boyer said, "You have to clear your name somehow, or you may be expelled from Haiti." It so happened that very soon afterwards, our embassy received a letter for me and my wife from Mr. J. Lee Rankin, counsel of the Warren Committee. The letter asked us to come to Washington if we wished, and we were naturally anxious to help and solve this horrible crime. Also, the committee would pay all our expenses, including the expenses of travel of our 2 Manchester dogs. We immediately and gladly accepted, in spite of extreme inconvenience to the work I was doing at the time in Haiti. The Veterans Administration building, occupied now by the Warren Committee, was buzzing with activity.
Wait a minute.
This way coming to Washington. So we arrived in Washington.
This is then a nice moment to end this tape. This is tape number 6. We will continue this afternoon with the interview.
Okay.
Then we start with your Warren Committee testimony. Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Go ahead, John. So
we are
activity.
busy with activity. The Veterans Administration building. The late Alan W. Dulles, former head of CIA and a scholarly-looking man, was there. He was, by the way, a friend of Mrs. Ouchinclauses, and he came over to talk to us amicably. His appearance did not suggest at all that he and his brother had occupied positions of an extreme importance. There was a handsome and amiable Congressman, Gerald R. Ford, Republic minority leader, a bald-headed and small but oozing importance and Wall Street heir, John McCloy, banker and former governor of West Berlin, J. Lee Rankin, a pleasant-looking man, more like a country lawyer, and finally Albert E. Jenner, assigned to my own case. Actually, Mr. Albert Jenner was assigned to the investigation of the personality of Harvey Lee Oswald and of personality of people involved around Harvey Lee Oswald. And there started my interrogation. It lasted for 2.5 days. And I was interrogated by Mr. Jenner, a successful lawyer from Chicago, who said at the very beginning of the interrogation, in an important voice, "We know, Mr. de Mohrenschildt, more about you than yourself." Frankly, I do not know why they had to dig out all the incidents of my life, and also of my parents' and my relatives' life. But the government of the United States must have spent an awful lot of money, as I had studied and lived in several countries before coming to the United States. And later, my geological work took me and my wife all over the world. This must have seemed suspicious to the committee, and to Mr. Jenner, who was very cold to me at the beginning. But gradually he became more friendly, as I had explained to him the reason for my various travels. What amazed me in looking backward at my testimony was that whatever good I said about Lee Harvey Oswald seemed to be taken with a grain of salt, as if the decision regarding his guilt had already been formed. I cannot go into all the details of my testimony. They cover some over 200 pages and are the largest testimony before even Marina Oswald.